Okay, so I'm going to be bringing up Dr. Erin Stimming, who is going to kick off today's program. She should be joining us here in just a moment. All right, okay, Dr. Stimming, I'm going to turn this over to you.
Lovely, thanks, Kathleen, and welcome everyone. I'm thrilled to be here with you today. My name is Erin Stimming, and I'm the chair of the Medical Advisory Board for HAPS. On behalf of everyone at HAPS, thank you so much for joining the conference today. I wish, of course, that we could all be in person together, but unfortunately, we've had to convert to a virtual program, and I thank you all for your patience in advance with any technical glitches that may occur. I wanted to let you know that the program will be recorded and archived for viewing later today and down the road. And today's digital program was sent on Friday via email and can be downloaded from the HAPS website if needed. So as I said already, thank you for attending today. We're grateful that you're here and listening. We really want to just thank you all for being caregivers and doing what you do day in and day out. Thank you for being so brave. Thank you for being so strong and patient. As you know all too well, being a caregiver can be a thankless and sometimes heartbreaking job, but it can also be beautiful. I know as I watched my aunt care for my uncle who lived bravely with Parkinson's disease, I was truly moved by her grace, her strength, and compassion. So thank you for listening today and really caring not only for your loved one, but also caring for yourself. I'd like to thank our sponsors, our presenting partner at US World Meds, our other partners today, Acadia, Accorda Therapeutics, Amneal, Boston Scientific, Kyowa Kirin, Medtronic, Synovian, UCB. Thank you so much for allowing us to actually have this program today and to educate our brave caregivers. So I'd like to introduce our first speaker. I'm quite certain that you all know Kathleen very well, but I'd like to introduce Kathleen Christ, the one and only Kathleen Christ, one of the masterettes of the universe. Kathleen is the executive director of HAPS. She's a social worker by training. She joined HAPS in 2002 after graduate school, and she's been working with the Parkinson's population since then. Kathleen is amazing, and I am very proud to present Kathleen Christ. She'll be presenting this morning on coping while caring. Thank you, everyone. Have a great day. Have a great conference.
Thank you, Dr. Stimming. We appreciate your time this morning as well, and so glad that you were able to join us virtually. So give me just a second. I'm going to pull up my presentation for today. Hold on. Okay, so again, I just want to reiterate what Dr. Stimming said, which is good morning. Thank you for joining us. We have a very packed agenda today. I will be not only presenting this first topic, but then I'll be your moderator for the rest of the day. So you'll have to bear with some of the technology challenges, but we'll make it happen and we'll get through all of the information, and I hope that we'll have a few laughs and have some fun while we're doing it. So today we're going to be discussing in this presentation strategies for positive long-term caregiving. Our goal is, our objectives for today are to help prepare you to find the successes in your daily caregiving and to foster sustainability, because we know that Parkinson's disease is a long-term illness, and it's something that you all will have to help manage for maybe decades in some of your cases. I also want to acknowledge that, every person joining today's presentation is at a different place in their caregiving journey. Some of you have been in this role for a long time already. Others of you have just started down this path and are looking to find the right balance between helping and not being helpful, finding the things that you can do, to be supportive, to be encouraging, and there's a line there. So with focus on safety, you will each, have to figure out what your loved one needs from you, in addition to providing care. But how do you, encourage and empower them to remain as independent as possible for as long as possible? So today, the purpose of this presentation is to help prepare you and to offer you some tools and some guidance that you can use throughout your caregiving experience. Now, today I'm going to use the term caregiver and care partner kind of interchangeably. Care partner is a relatively new term, and some of you will more closely identify with care partner. Others may more closely identify with caregiver. A lot of the research that's out there that we'll be talking about in this first section has really been looking, focusing on caregiver, which implies that maybe you're doing a little bit more for the person than you might be if you identify with the term care partner. So here's what we know about caregivers. Caregivers are typically family members or friends who provide important physical, practical, and emotional support. As we know, the role of caregiver will often vary depending on the situation, and will change over time because the disease changes over time and the individual's needs change over time. Caregiving can certainly have its rewards and certainly be very challenging. The goal is to find some of the positives and the silver linings in some of the work that you're doing on a daily basis, in addition to maybe acknowledging and focusing on the challenges. Caregivers should remember that taking care of themselves is an important part of caring for someone with Parkinson's disease. I know that sounds that's the thing that people like to hear the least and talk about the least, but it goes part and parcel with caring for another person. And it's important for caregivers to be proactive early, so that you can avoid feelings of being overwhelmed and to avoid caregiver burnout or fatigue or burden or whatever, whatever kind of phrase you want to attach to that. So we're going to kind of jump into this idea of caregiver burden. This is a researched and studied phenomenon. I acknowledge that it's inherently negative and the concept can be fairly intense, but the idea is to understand the impact of caregiving so that you can really approach this from a more holistic vantage point and, kind of proceed accordingly so that you're caring not only if your primary goal is caring for someone else, that you're also taking care of yourself and how that directly corresponds to the kind of care that they're receiving in return. So caregiver burden is a multidimensional response to the negative appraisal and perceived stress resulting from taking care of an ill individual over a period of time. This includes the overall impact of the physical, psychological, social, and financial demands related to caregiving. Some of you can very well relate to that. So really what caregiver burden is stress. And when we look at stress, we can kind of break stress down into maybe two categories. That may be oversimplifying things, but there's acute stress, which is that immediate and intense stress that generally doesn't cause problems for healthy people. This is the kind of stress that saves lives. Like if someone across the room is choking and everything kind of kicks in, you jump up and you run over and help with that person. Or in an immediate health crisis, kind of how you get through making decisions about someone's care, it's a more short-lived time. Then there's the chronic stress, which is that repeated exposure to stressful situations, that wear and tear, and that does have negative consequences on health. And so when we look at caregiver stress or caregiver burden, we look at the things that contribute to that as it relates to caregivers. So what factors, affect that stress level? It's the perceived high burden. So some of you may have a much higher perceived, perception of the burden associated with caregiving. Others of you may not yet or may not at all. The length of time and the amount of caregiving that is required of you. So this may be how long you've been doing it. May also be how many hours of the day are you putting into the caregiving process. Behavioral issues on the part of the person being cared for. So sometimes this is something that comes up through the course of the disease, as people try to assert their independence and their control over the situation in ways that they feel they can. Social isolation, which is something we're going to talk about, but obviously we can acknowledge is complicated by the current healthcare crisis that we're going through right now, and some of the things that we're having to do in order to keep ourselves and our loved ones safe, which does mean kind of staying more removed from social settings and from other people. Poor coping strategies, so people who have poor coping strategies also tend to have a higher amount of caregiver stress or burden, or sense of burden. Role change, I think many of you are probably familiar with that role change. And then unmet needs for respite. When we take a look at what are some of the signs of burdens, and there are professional assessment tools that can be used to assess levels of perceived burden, which then can help us give guidance in terms of interventions that might be able to be used. But some of these, and you may relate to a lot of them already, doesn't necessarily mean that you are going to rank really high on a scale, a caregiver burden scale, but certainly these are things to kind of continue to assess, to frequently reflect on how you're feeling, how you're handling certain situations, so that if there is, if there are things that you need or that you can be helped with, then there are ways that we can intervene. So denial of the effects of the disease, anger at the disease or the loved one, social withdrawal, anxiety, depression, exhaustion, sleeplessness, irritability, lack of concentration, and then your own health problems that may start to develop. And these things are all important because this caregiver burden does lead to additional isolation and withdrawal. It can lead to inappropriate coping mechanisms, such as maybe overeating or substance abuse or use. It can result in cognitive decline, depression, and reduced quality of life. And so certainly not just reduced quality of life for you, but also for the person that you're caring for. Some of the research has indicated that the higher the caregiver burden, caregiver burden corresponds to creating greater susceptibility to illness and a more diminished immune response, and higher mortality rate. One of the studies that I read showed that they found that there was a 63% increase in mortality rate over caregivers that had very high levels of caregiver burden versus those of their peers that maybe either had low burden or who didn't, who weren't caregivers. And obviously, we're concerned because as the level of burden increases, so does the risk of abuse or neglect of the person that you're caring for. So these are all, important things for us to take a look at. And the reason that we talk about it is because that kind of leads into what the rest of the presentation is really going to focus on, which is how do you cope? So if what we try to do is to avoid these high levels of caregiver stress and high levels of burden, what do we do in order to have healthy coping mechanisms and to improve your success rate as caregiver? So these are some of the concepts that we're going to be talking about. We're going to be focusing on these ideas about, building a team and getting educated, adjusting your expectations, taking care of yourself, asking for, utilizing resources, asking for help, making use of strengths that you already possess, being able to give back through empowerment and focus on nurturing positive relationships in your own life. And then something that doesn't get talked about a whole lot, which is grief. And we'll go into that a little bit more going forward. So First and foremost, we know knowledge is power. So it's important to learn all you can from credible sources. I think, we all know we have to be careful with Google. It's so convenient. It's right at our fingertips, but it can give you a lot of information. Some of that is really good information. A lot of it is really bad information. And so you have to be careful, get information from credible sources, whether that's some of the national Parkinson's organizations or through us. There is a new book that was out this year called Living with Parkinson's Disease, and it's a pretty comprehensive guide for individuals with Parkinson's and caregivers. The authors are individuals who are well known in the Parkinson's community and movement disorder specialists and other well known professionals in the mental health. In the Parkinson's community, and this is a really good book. It's very up to date. Just came out this year. I recommend. It's a very easy read as well, but it's full of a lot of good information. It happens to be the book that was chosen for the HAPS book club, so some of you may already be reading it. But I think the key is to not overwhelm yourself. You have to pace yourself. You have to parcel out the information. You may not want to read everything that's out there, or things that people send you that are related to end of life, if that's not something, if that's not a place where you're dealing with that at the moment. So again, just pacing yourself. But knowledge and education is important, because you can use this to improve communication with physicians or with others when needed down the road. So knowing the names of prescriptions, understanding the Parkinson's vocabulary, these are things that can be very important as you participate in the care of another person, and as you're trying to coordinate and manage care for them. So building a team that you can work with, and I use the term you kind of more globally than specifically. This is something that you and the person that you're caring for will find and build a team that helps address all of the things that you need to address. You may find that over time, your role in managing some of this care does increase as the person's needs increase. And for others of you, that may not be an issue for quite some time. But finding a partner, a physician that you can partner with, that you feel like will listen to you and help address the issues. I think it's important to think outside of the neurologist box. While neurologists are key to this, they're essential in managing the Parkinson's. It's also important not to overlook other things related to the care of the person with Parkinson's. So, what is the primary care physician's role? Do you have other specialists on board, like cardiologists or oncologists or urologists? Is there a role for a physical therapist or nutritionist or a social worker or another mental health professional? So I think, you have to remember that Parkinson's affects so many aspects of a person's life that it's important to make sure that you're addressing all of those things and building a team. And it doesn't necessarily have to just be a medical team, but it can be made up of a lot of people that will address whatever emotional, physical, spiritual needs that you and the individual both have. Finding ways to communicate that meet your needs. So if you're having difficulty bringing up certain topics or addressing certain issues, then there are ways around that. There are patient portals in MyChart. Some physicians encourage you to maybe send an email prior to coming, or handing off a brief little checklist that can be given to the nurse at the time that you check in, so that the neurologist knows that these are the things that they might want to address. And videos even sometimes can be short, not long videos, but short videos can be helpful if you're having difficulty describing a particular behavior or a specific symptom that's really creating challenges or causing problems that you want the physician to help you address. Adjusting your expectations. I think that Shakespeare said expectation is the root of all heartache, and I think that's true. It's self-inflicted in many cases. We don't always have realistic expectations of the way that these relationships are going to go, what someone is going to do in terms of, what they'll be able to care for themselves or what they expect of you. And we think caregiving is going to look a particular way and maybe it doesn't. So I think knowing adjusting your expectations and setting realistic expectations based on what you know about yourself and what you know about your strengths and your limitations. I think most of us have the ability to assess our strengths and limitations and apply those accordingly. But also being realistic about the situation and the person that you're caring for. So a lot of times, through the years of social work, I know that we as social workers get into situations with families a lot, and we find that that the caregiver or care partner's assessment of what the other person's needs are really far off from the kind of care that they're giving. Either they're over caring and not allowing the person to have enough input and participation in their own life, or they're kind of under assess the situation, and it's creating complications because the person's really struggling, and there really hasn't been an acknowledgement of the changes that they've encountered. Ask yourself, is doing everything by yourself reasonable? It's hard, if not impossible in most cases, to do everything on your own. Now, again, I'll acknowledge that this is a complicated time because of COVID and everything that we've got going on, but there is strength in asking for and accepting help. A lot of times it actually gives you more control when you're able to ask for help versus someone else making the decision that you need help and then taking away your choice or doing things that are not very helpful. But by asking for help, one, it gives you some relief. It maybe gives the individual that you're caring for a break, because in many cases, they need a little bit of a break in who's providing the care, but it allows other people to contribute and to have that sense of purpose or contribution. So being prepared is also, one of the things that's very helpful in terms of managing the caregiving process long-term. So having some type of plan so that you aren't always worried. This could be a formal plan, or this could be just an informal plan. This may be just a plan for the day. May not necessarily need to be a long-term plan, but most of these things are things that you can do in order to avoid crisis situations. And then it's always good to have a contingency plan. So maybe you do have a plan. This is, the plan is we're going to live at home. The plan is we're going to make modifications. The plan is we're going to bring people in to help. But what happens if you have, you as the caregiver have some kind of accident or have some kind of medical emergency or some other, something else happens? We live in a city where, flooding is something that is not uncommon. So let's say something happens to your home, and you need to, move out. What's your plan B going to be? What is your contingency plan? Getting organized is really important. This may mean getting organized for doctor's appointments, making sure that you have a medication schedule down, something that's easy to follow, easy to navigate. Getting organized in your daily routine, and potentially getting organized for future hospitalizations. What happens if somebody slips and falls and they have to go to the emergency room? Are you ready? Are you prepared for that? Writing down the important stuff is also critical. If you get the flu and can't take care of someone and need to be able to communicate to someone who has to come in and help, what stuff do they need to know? We've gotten really good at putting pills in pill boxes, which means sometimes we don't keep the pill containers around, which means people can't always easily find the name of the doctor that's prescribed the drug. And so, writing down doctors' names, writing down doctors' phone numbers, writing down prescriptions and doses, so that is information that is available. And then obviously, in a more formal sense, implementing legal and financial planning early or with any significant change. And I include the any significant change part because sometimes, there are some cognitive changes or physical changes that may require some changes in how you have planned financially, or maybe even some of the legal paperwork that needs to be done will need to be done early, versus later if the person starts to have some cognitive impairment and can't make some decisions for themselves or decisions for you if they happen to be your decision maker. Contemplate making promises. I've thrown this in here because, all too often in the case management work that we do here as social workers, we work with families and we find that the biggest impediment to making some of the decisions, and Celeste later will be talking about navigating transitions in care, but some of the biggest impediments are that we as family members make promises to people because we have often wanted to avoid more uncomfortable conversations. And so we've made these promises, but really there's no way to predict the future. These promises are typically things like, I promise I will be the only person to take care of you. I promise you will stay in the home. I promise I won't bring in anyone, to provide assistance or care. And there's no way to predict that we can do that. And it complicates the decision-making process later on. So a lot of times that impediment is, I can't do this, I need help, but I made all these promises. And so there's, all the guilt and emotional feelings involved with making these decisions that are really in the best interest of the person. So it's best if you can just avoid making promises or really think them through before you offer those. Prioritizing your physical and mental health is really important. It may feel counterintuitive because as caregivers, we think about putting the other person and their needs ahead of ours. It's important that you make and keep your doctor's appointments, that you are honest with your physician about how you're feeling, whether that's physically or emotionally. If you need additional help from mental health professionals, really encourage you to reach out and make use of that, because that is a critical, piece of care for you. Joining a support group can be very helpful because it allows you to listen to and share with others. It gives you a sense that you are not alone. I put in here, consider separate bedrooms, which sometimes is a possibility. Other times it's not. Sometimes you can use, sound monitors so that you can hear what's going on in the other room. But if you're a person that gets awakened every time somebody sighs deeply or rolls over in bed, and that's waking you up all night, and sleep is really essential, then you need to be getting the sleep that you need in order to do what you're doing every day, because we know that you're putting in in some cases it's 18-hour days caring for people, maybe more. And then obviously exercise and proper nutrition is important too, just in terms of exercise, mental health, overall health and well-being, things that you need to take into consideration. Making time for yourself. Sometimes it's the thing that we neglect the most, but it's one of the things that we just have to really be dedicated about. So put it on your calendar, add it to your schedule, just like you would someone's doctor's appointment, or haircut or whatever it is that you're making time. You have to be intentional about it, that you're maintaining your own interests. I think it's very common to be able to, or to encounter a situation where you are putting another person's interests ahead of your own, and you kind of lose sight of the things that really bring you joy, which is why I said incorporate joyful activities, because, I think that that's really important, doing the things that really nourish you, that really refill your well, and make you feel good and happy about things. And then learning time to enjoy time alone. Sometimes that becomes something that we forget how to do. Know the boundaries. So consider what your needs are when making decisions. It's okay to think of yourself. So it's okay to say, how much effort is this going to take, or is this just going to be impossible for me to do? It's okay to be honest and to communicate, and don't feel like you have to apologize to others when they're making unrealistic demands or requests of you. Obviously, again, these holidays are probably going to be a little bit different. So you may not have someone who's saying, hey, we've decided we're all coming to your house for Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving, and we can't wait for you to cook a giant meal with all of our favorite foods. It'll be me, it'll be kids, it'll be, extended family, and, without much consideration to the fact that you've got a lot going on, and that's just not something that is going to be feasible for you. But a lot of times we don't feel comfortable saying no in those scenarios, even though it's a lot of demand. And then ask yourself, is this helpful? Is it necessary? Or am I overstepping in what I'm doing with my care? A lot of times there's a lot an individual can still do for themselves. And it's incredibly important to allow that. Without it, it can create resentment on both parts. It can create kind of atrophy on the part of the individual with Parkinson's. But it also just creates a lot of extra work for you. So really kind of take a look and see, are all the things that you're doing really necessary? Have you taken over things that an individual might still be able to do for themselves? So we're going to talk a little bit about grief here, because this is something that I don't think gets addressed enough. I know that we address it in support groups a lot here, but I don't think but it's still probably not enough. So I think that, the grieving process often begins at the time of diagnosis, both for the individual with Parkinson's, but also for the care partner. I think it can be very subtle, but it can also be intrusive, and it gets more complicated because there's ongoing change and there's ongoing need for adjustment. So this grief could be related to this perception of, this life-altering diagnosis, changes in your loved one's physical or cognitive function, loss of your future plans, limitation of what you think your freedom is. So maybe, you can't go for a golf weekend or a girls' weekend because you don't think that you can leave the individual alone. So some of that sense of, I just don't have the freedom that I used to have. Change in identity, which is something that I think a lot of folks encounter. Maybe you were identifying as husband and wife, and now you're really more identifying as parent and child, or as patient and nurse. In some case, I think it's hard for adult children providing care where you have a change in the role that maybe now you feel more like the parent, less like the child. And then obviously there's the anticipatory loss of what happens at, kind of end of life. So this is something that I think, really does impede some of your day-to-day emotional well-being, and really does need to be addressed. And it can be addressed informally in support groups, or it can be addressed, formally with mental health care professionals. But I think those are, it's an important topic to recognize and to address. Being flexible is an important part of being a caregiver. I don't know that any of us can be this flexible, but, be ready to reevaluate your situation on a regular basis. We know that sometimes, because of how Parkinson's affects people, that means it could be a daily or hourly basis that needs change. And Parkinson's is progressive. So things, change is one of the things that's pretty guaranteed. It's important to be open to exploring things that may not have worked in the past. So you may have tried some tip or technique in the past that did not work. It was a big flop. But now maybe it's something that you can revisit and try again. And then be willing to accept help. And even if the help isn't exactly the way that you would have done it, you can still find a way for it to be helpful. Finding things that work. So talking to others about their experience and borrowing their ideas, being creative, and making use of resources that are available. So this is also another good book, Parkinson's Disease, 300 Tips for Making Life Easier. It's a little older, but a lot of the information in it is still relative. So there are lots of fun tips and tricks that you can use for helping to promote independence, but also just kind of keeping life a little bit easier. Embracing your resilience. So really monitor your self-talk. Listen to the way that you're speaking to yourself. Try to find ways that you can be more encouraging, that you can be more positive, that you can be more kind. reflect on the past. These are ways of thinking about how did we overcome challenging situations in the past, identifying the strengths or the resources that helped you do that so that you can apply those skills to your current situation, and then lean into the resources that are available to you. And kind of in the same vein, focus on the things that you're doing well. You may have to intentionally ask yourself, what have I done that I feel good about? This is a great way to use, a great place to use journaling, for example. Jotting down the positive things, jotting down your successes for the day. So there may not be good, every day may not be good, but there is good in every day kind of mentality. Don't dwell on the mistakes that you make. It's real easy to make them. It's also real easy to kind of fall down the rabbit hole of being very hard on yourself. And don't compare yourself to others, because everyone is unique in this journey. Everyone starts with a very different personality, caring for someone with a very different personality, with their own set of issues that have to be accommodated, with other health conditions. So no two scenarios are really the same. And so that's I think that not comparing yourself is an important piece of this. Find positive relationships that you can nurture. So build your own support system. Who's going to be there to help you as you're going through the day to day. Find people who have positive energy, because certainly we know that is contagious. And this is, again, something you just need to make time for. Something that you have to schedule and be more intentional about. And obviously avoid becoming isolated, which we know is a lot harder because of the current situation that we're under. But, we have learned that technology is helping us bridge those gaps, whether it is, face-to-face like we're doing, virtually now, or by phone, or even by text. But there are lots of ways that you can nurture positive relationships with people that will help support you throughout. Identify the things that you need help with. So I have lots of pictures of animals doing laundry, which is clearly something my animals in my house don't do, but evidently I was hoping that they would. But creating a job description can be helpful of all the things that you're responsible for, and looking for ways that you can delegate to other people. And if you have to pay to have someone come and help you, whether that's do your, help with the yard, or help clean the house, or, help run errands, that is okay if it helps you manage the day-to-day workload. Accept help when it's offered and when it is helpful. So it's also okay to say, that's not helpful. If someone is offering to do something that, is not particularly something that's going to make your life easier. And then always enlist the help of the person that you're caring for. Oftentimes they can do more than maybe what they're allowed or encouraged to do. But we know now, especially because of technology and convenience, there are things, for instance, like ordering food or groceries online and then sending someone else to go pick those up and deliver them. I mean, even now you can get groceries and food delivered to your home. If that's not something that you're comfortable with, you can always place the order and then have someone that you are comfortable with go and pick them up and deliver that to you. So there are a lot of modern conveniences that can help us. So giving back through empowerment. This means encouraging responsible independence. This is a picture of a guy cleaning the gutters on a roof with a leaf blower. That's not responsible independence. Responsible independence is allowing people, encouraging people to participate in activities or chores or whatever it is that is helpful, but also has their safety in mind. Making allowances for contributions, but obviously doing things that are safe and not going to compromise, their well-being or yours. This is important because it certainly gives folks a sense of accomplishment and purpose. It reduces those feelings of feeling left out or having less control or less say over their life. And it reduces some of the behavioral responses that might result, that can result when there's kind of this struggle for control and struggle for power in a situation. So who copes best? The research shows is it's those that can find the balance between self-care and care of another person. It's a person that can adapt to a new normal. Those who avoid self-medicating, right? That whole idea that cocktail hour is not a coping strategy. People of faith. So it doesn't matter what faith you believe in, but people of faith tend to be individuals who cope better. Those with good support system, those with just enough money. So research has shown that those who have a lot of money tend to have other issues and don't always cope as well. But people who have just enough money, and then people who have a highly developed sense of humor. So these are all aspects of people who cope the best in long-term caregiving scenarios. So today's takeaway is that your being is more important than your doing. So kind of keep that in mind. Your end goal or your long-term goal is to be there to care for the person and to be a part of their lives for the entire extension of this journey. So how do you do that? What's your long-range goal? Be proactive, and the sooner you can do that, the sooner you can start that or implement some of these things, the better. Build your skills and use your tools. You all know what your, kind of where you are in terms of your strengths, your needs, and you figure out how you can leverage your strengths and bridge the gaps in your needs. Find ways to eat, sleep, and be merry. So nourish yourself, rest yourself, and find things that you can enjoy. And I realize that some of you are very entrenched in the caregiving process, that you are taking care of individuals who have a lot of needs. So there are various degrees of how much you can apply some of these things, but they're still an important component of care of the individual. Practice patience and forgiveness, primarily of yourself. These are, hard tasks to do. It's a lot of workload and weight to carry every day. And so you're not going to get it right every time. And that's okay. So just be patient with yourself and don't be so hard on yourself, because you're doing the best you can. And then also, to know that you're not alone. Today, I see that we have 122 people who are signed in at the moment. That number has continued to grow as throughout the course of this. And, we had nearly 200 people registered for this, 200 caregivers who are going through some of these same scenarios and are involved in the care of another person and looking for ways to connect to others and find ways to care for someone to the best of their ability. So you're definitely not alone, and you're not alone at HAPS, because HAPS has a bunch of resources for individuals who are care partners or caregivers, as well as individuals who have Parkinson's disease. So there are resources that you can use, even if it's just to have a friendly phone call or someone who can just listen. So one of the things I want you to remember is that you're amazing. Remember that. I spent a year as a caregiver for my grandmother who had Alzheimer's, and did that 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So I've had the interesting and unique experience of putting that time and that energy and that work into it. And I know how difficult it is, and how it's taxing physically and taxing emotionally. And so, we really consider that all caregivers are truly amazing in the sacrifices that you make and the efforts that you provide. So thank you. This concludes my portion of today's presentation. If you give me just 1 second, I'm going to stop sharing my screen. And I am going to introduce to you our next presenter. And good, she's already on the screen with us. So this is Dr. Sue Levin. She has been a marriage and family therapist since 1990. She is a licensed professional counselor, which she's been doing since 1983. She's a clinician and a supervisor, as well as the executive director of the Houston Galveston Institute. Some of you may be familiar with Sue because if you have been enrolled in one of the two mind-body wellness program classes that we offered recently for our caregivers, then you're familiar with Sue, and so she is a familiar face to you. For those of you who aren't, you'll have the next hour or so to become more familiar with her. Sue is going to be talking about nutrition and mindful eating. And so, Sue, welcome. Thank you for joining us today. And I'm going to turn this over to you. Thank you, Sue. Welcome.
Thank you so much, Kathleen, and both to you and Celeste for having me, and for the very nice introduction. I am so excited to be here and to share a little bit about nutrition and mindful eating and why it's important as we take care of ourselves. And I heard just a little bit of your presentation before this, Kathleen, where you were talking about how important it is for caregivers to pay attention to themselves and care for themselves so that they can give and care for their, the people they're caring for, the people with Parkinson's and others in their family. And I, as you mentioned, am a mental health provider, as well as the director of a nonprofit organization, the Houston Galveston Institute, also known as HGI Counseling. But I'm also a faculty member of the Center for Mind-Body Medicine. And that's where I was introduced to the idea of mindful eating, which I'll be sharing with you. So I became interested in the area for several reasons, and mostly personal ones. As somebody who struggled with food and eating and weight for all of my life, I'll say. I imagine that I may share that with some of you. And my experience and training has led me to a very different relationship with food and with eating. And I will be sharing some of that with you, both on a personal level as well as informational and knowledge and experience. So we're going to also have an experience where you can practice mindful eating with me today. So I'm going to actually check and give you a moment during this presentation before the last 15 minutes so that you can make sure you have either, I think, a piece of chocolate that may have been mailed to you if you registered early. But if you don't have that, if you ate it anyway before the presentation, or if you have registered late and you don't have it or you don't know where it is, get a piece of something that you can use for our eating experiment, which will be, like I said, towards the end of the presentation, so in about 45 minutes. And some people might choose, if you have a grape, that's also, we want something bite-sized that you can use. So I'll walk you through that exercise, and if you need to step away for a moment just to pick up something, a piece of chocolate is always a good one, like a Hershey's Kiss size or a square from a chocolate bar, but also a bite size, like I said, a grape, or a piece of fruit that you can cut into bite size, a piece of an apple or something like that. Okay, so let me continue. Oh, I wanted to mention the Center for Mind-Body Medicine, which is an organization that has trained me to do groups, which Kathleen mentioned I've done too with the HAPS groups, the HAPS community. And that is a group that takes people into more learning about mindfulness practices, about self-care, about mind-body medicine, and the connection between our thoughts and our bodies. and how we can change how we feel, both physically and mentally, and how we manage our health, both using techniques that address what's going on in our emotional and thought processes, as well as our physical health. So if you were part of the group and you're with us today, it's good to have you here. I am somebody who typically likes to interact with my audience, and so this will be a little bit different, but I know there's an opportunity for you to put questions and comments in the chat. And I'm going to ask if those come up, if Celeste or Kathleen could, just jump in and let me know so that I can address those as we go along. So, oops, I'm trying to get to my next slide here. So my first question is, do you ever worry about your eating? And if I was taking a poll, I imagine that I would have many, many of you raising your hands. I certainly am somebody who worried about my eating for a long time, and still think about it, but not in the sense of worrying and being upset about it. I have this picture here of all this candy because we're just coming out of Halloween, but we're also heading into the holidays. And for many, many people, this is a time where food becomes an issue and something that takes up some of your mental space, your awareness, your time and energy in your head, and also your time and energy of your day. I know for me, when food was a big focus of my life, I would think about it most of the day. I would think about it when I woke up. What am I going to eat for breakfast? When am I going to eat? How much am I going to eat? Am I going to eat the right things or the wrong things? What do I have in the house? All those things. And then as soon as I finished, I might start thinking about what was going to be for lunch. I might be thinking about whether or not I was going to be following healthy eating for the day, or whether I was going to cheat if I was on some kind of a diet program, because I've had many different times in my life where I was on a diet program. So all of these things took up a lot of space in my head and in my life, and they took me away from other things. And we're going to talk about that too. Why do we spend so much time thinking about food, and what role does that play in our lives? As I mentioned, my relationship with food has changed, but there was a time in my life that was the most important relationship that I had, frankly. And so some of you may be relating to that, and we'll be talking about some ways that we may be able to shift that as we continue. I saw for a minute something popped up that looked like a chat, but there it goes. So thank you. If somebody, thank you. Okay, just a message that will be shared with me. So do feel free to make comments and share questions. I do love to know what's going on in your mind as we're going along. Oops, I'm forgetting how to do this. Okay, so I wanted to talk about what mindfulness is, because mindful eating, that term, is based on another term called mindfulness, which is very popular these days. And many of you not only may have heard about, but may actually have done some training and practice mindfulness. For those of you who aren't familiar, mindfulness is paying attention on purpose to the present moment and doing it non-judgmentally to what's going on right now, to how your moment is unfolding moment to moment, your experience right now. So I'm going to just give us a moment to pay attention to that. If you can notice where your mind is at the moment. Are you focused on this presentation, or has your mind drifted to something else, to something you have on your to-do list for right now, for something that you are worried about? Is there, how are you feeling in your body right now? That's another piece of experience that we can be mindful of. Do you feel comfortable? Is the temperature right? Are you chilly? Are you warm? Are you hungry? Are you relaxed? Do you feel tension and stress in your shoulder or another part of your body? Do you have pain somewhere? Is there some way that you're sitting or some place that you're sitting that's not comfortable for you? Just check in right now. Maybe even close your eyes to do that. And think about all of these pieces of experience, just to be aware. And be aware of your breath. Paying attention to our breath is one way to bring us into the moment, because breathing is something we're always doing, but we don't usually notice it or pay attention. Just pay attention to your breath for a moment. Breathing in and breathing out. This is one way to be mindful, and we're not going to spend much more time on it, but it's important. And also to realize that when we are in the moment, we are not worrying about the future, and we're not dwelling on the past. So we have the opportunity to let go of those things that sometimes take a lot of our attention and concern. And being in the moment can help us let go and be free for however long we can sustain that. And practicing mindfulness can help us with sustaining that. Okay. So this is the Cookie Monster who says, today, me will live in the moment unless it's unpleasant, in which case, me will eat a cookie. How many of us have felt that way sometimes? I certainly have. And so this is a reminder that sometimes we are eating not because we're hungry, but because of something that's going on in our lives that we're trying to escape. So being mindful about eating can help us look at why we're doing it. Is it because indeed we're hungry and we need nourishment? Is it something that's automatic that we're doing because the clock says it's time to eat? Or for some other automatic reason, somebody puts food in front of us and they offer it to us and we just automatically take it because that's something that we aren't paying attention and thinking about. Are we doing it because we are avoiding something like a task that we want to put off? Are we procrastinating? And are we doing it to improve our mood? Some of us have certain comfort foods that we eat because they make us feel a certain way. They remind us of a time when we were happy. For example, I just actually made some comfort food and some holiday food this morning before joining the webinar. A special food, actually it's pumpkin bread. And I always make it around the holidays. And it's something that reminds me of my grandmother. She always made it. This is her recipe. And the smell of it, just the making of it, is something that reminds me of her. It puts me in a good mood. And as I was doing it today, I was being mindful of all of those memories and experiences and love that she put into food. So that's an awareness and something that we may want to experience and we may want to bring to us as we're choosing when and what and how we're going to eat. So awareness is considered the first phase of digestion. So what does that mean? Well, as we start thinking about food and what we're going to eat, the preparation begins. And we don't just prepare mentally, but we also are physically preparing. So how many of you may begin salivating when you start thinking about certain foods, your favorite food? How many of you may notice that you get even more hungry? You start feeling more hungry as you're thinking about food. Those are physical changes in your body. Again, the mind and body are connected. And as you start thinking about food and certain foods and eating, your body begins to prepare. So the salivation is actually beginning because your body is preparing to help you with digestion. Your digestive juices are actually secreting as you begin thinking about food and thinking about eating. We don't always realize that that is the case. But distracted eating can interrupt that as well. So, what are some things that can distract us from eating? What are some things that you may do in terms of multitasking when you're eating? So, driving. How many people have eaten in the car? I certainly have in the past. Going to a drive-through, eating on the way to a meeting, not making the time to sit and have a proper meal because I was too busy and because I was not thinking about the way that I eat and valuing the importance of eating mindfully with attention and being what I would say almost careless about the way that I ate. So here we also see kids who are looking at a screen and a man who's eating at the office. Obviously working, he's on the phone. There's so many different things that distract us from our meals, including just our thoughts. So eating while planning something else or while reading a book, all of these things take our mind away from the experience of eating. And that interrupts the digestion process, especially if what we're thinking about is something that's upsetting, or maybe we're handling something on the phone that's making us anxious. That can actually interrupt the digestive process, and I'll talk about that in a minute. So, are you eating mindfully? And here are some of the things that are included in mindful eating. observing. Do you notice that you're hungry or full or satisfied? What do you observe and notice going on in your body? Do you savor your meal? Can you notice the textures, the aromas, the flavors? Are you in the moment? Are you fully present? Can you turn off the TV, put down the magazine, focus and pay attention to eating and what you're eating? And can you do it non-judgmentally? Meaning, can you notice when you are telling yourself you should eat something instead of something else, or that you shouldn't eat something, or you shouldn't have any more? What are the rules and the guilt that affect you and come up for you, and where do they come from? Some of us really learn a lot when we start examining where these rules and ideas that guide our eating or make us feel guilty come from. So, and then this is all around awareness. What do we taste? What do we experience as we're chewing? How many of us take the time to chew our food fully before we take our next bite? That's certainly something that I've learned, but I don't always remember to do. I was a speed eater, my husband and I both. And if you eat with people who eat slowly and carefully, you'll really notice how different your pace is if you eat quickly. So what about the foods we choose to eat? Food is something, if we pay attention and are aware, that reveals our connection with the earth. Each bite, especially if we're eating whole foods and not processed foods, will remind us about the life of the sun and the earth. We can see and taste the whole universe in a piece of bread. Contemplating our food for a few seconds before eating, thinking about where it came from, thinking about all the different people who helped bring it to your table, contemplating the colors and the nutrients that are in your food, and eating mindfully. So eating where we're paying attention to the taste, paying attention to the texture, paying attention to the amount, paying attention to the taste, can bring us much happiness. And this is a quote from Thich Nhat Hanh, a Buddhist meditation teacher who you may already be familiar with, but you can also find and learn from through YouTubes and Googling information, and listen to his teachings. I believe that Nhat Hanh may have recently transitioned to out of this life, or be at the point where he is very close to that. And as a Buddhist, would be thinking about it in that way, and expecting to be reincarnated. So what are some tools for mindful eating? Well, I've talked about some of them, but these are some others that I think are important to pay attention to. The first is slowing down. I was just talking about how fast I can eat if I'm not paying attention and being mindful. But being grateful. So I mentioned about being grateful for the people who brought this food to you, the people who grew the ingredients, the farmers, the people who manufactured the food or who transported the food to your grocery store, the people who work in the grocery store and put the food on the shelves, all of those people, and the people who gave you the recipes. My grandmother, I felt very grateful to have her in my life and to have her recipes so that I can pass on this special food that reminds me of her. So being grateful can be a really helpful thing to bring you awareness and into mindful eating. Only eat when you're eating. So back to the distractions that we were talking about. I love this quote. It's simple to remember. Only eat when you're eating. Don't be doing other things. Give yourself that moment. Give yourself that time. You may not be able to do it all the time, but remembering the principle can help at least some of the time so that you can do that. Listen to the cues. So it actually takes, I believe it's 20 minutes for your brain to know that you are full. As you are eating, the food that is going into your mouth, down your esophagus, into your stomach, and then getting digested is being processed. Your brain is learning what's happening in your body through a physical, neurological process that's triggering the brain, and it takes time. So you may still be eating before you actually realize that you're full. And the cues about that take time. But how many of you really wait until you're physically hungry before you eat? It's not something that I was ever trained to do. In my family, I mentioned my grandmother, but now I'll tell you about my mother. We ate when it was time to eat. We ate when my father got home from work. That's when we had dinner. It didn't have to do with being hungry. And in fact, we always were very hungry because my dad worked a long way away. He had a long commute, and we often didn't eat dinner until 7 or 7:30 at night. So it wasn't because we were hungry. It was because that's when Dad got home. So what is triggering your meal time? What is triggering your decision to eat? And pay attention to that. Is it emotional? Is it physical? Is it something about the clock? Is it something about tradition? Another important thing that is related to this cue to your brain that you're full is a notion that's called hara hachi bu. I may be saying that wrong, and I apologize to those of you who may be Japanese who are with us today, or have experience and maybe learned about this from somebody who is Japanese. Hara hachi bu is a principle apparently that's very common in Japanese culture that says only eat 80% or eat until you are 80% full. So don't try to create 100% fullness. Eat until you feel 80% full. that'll help you stop from overeating, and that'll help you not have to wait for that signal. So that's an interesting idea. It's one that is fairly new to me. I don't know a lot about it, but it is something you may already know about, or you may want to look up and learn more about. Another idea that's helpful for mindful eating is riding the wave, surfing the wave. And the idea about this is to think of cravings as a wave where they will peak and crest, and then they'll subside. And this is an idea that actually comes from the addiction community, because cravings are things that all people who deal with and struggle with addiction also learn to manage. So knowing that a craving is going to subside is really important, and learning that you can surf it and stay above it and not get knocked over by it by paying attention and going with it and going over it is really important. So that's another tool that you can practice. I'm also going to mention self-compassion, because this is a really important piece of mindfulness and mindful eating. I think Kathleen even mentioned about being kind to yourself, and that's what self-compassion is about. So if you give into a craving, that's okay. Let it go. Ride the next wave and see if you can surf. You know, we don't know how to surf automatically. We have to learn how to do that. And so giving yourself a break and knowing that each time you practice, you can do better. So I'm going to look for a minute here. There's a couple comments, and I want to take the moment, since I asked you to go ahead and submit them. Klinka says, I'm a person who doesn't get hungry, and food means very little to me. I'm 5'2", I weigh 117. I have trouble preparing meals because I'm never hungry. I snack, but not necessarily healthy food. I eat quickly because I don't like lukewarm or cold food. So thank you for sharing that, Klinka. And you bring up the other side of the coin of my issue, which is the constant thinking about and enjoying food. There are people who are not interested in food. And so being mindful for you will probably mean being mindful that you need to eat, and that food and nourishment are important to your energy, and being aware of how you feel energy-wise and what your body needs nutritionally to be able to function and do the things that you need to do. So that's the other side of mindfulness around food and nutrition, is we need a certain amount of calories. We need certain nutrients to be able to function well and to be able to think clearly. So thank you for sharing that. And Rebecca shared that Parkinson's medications now rule out eating. A stomach without protein in it is necessary. Oh, rule our eating. I think that was a typo. Yes, a stomach without protein all right. Without protein is necessary when taking medication 4 times a day. So food distribution is necessary. I apologize. I know there's some medications you have to have food in your stomach, and there's some medications where you can't have food in your stomach. And yes, that's really important to be aware of. So thank you all for mentioning those things. So this is back to the self-compassion and about the difference between failing and having a setback. So a setback is when you've slipped up or screwed up or lost focus, you've caved in, but it's just a setback. And thinking about things that way is really different than thinking about yourself as a failure. It's when you take it personally and you decide that you failed and that your health wasn't worth it. So choosing to think about these things and being aware of how you think about them and what your self-talk is really important. Okay, I mentioned why being relaxed and aware and mindful when we're eating is important. And that when we are anxious or we're scared or we're reacting to something that's going on in the moment is going to affect our digestion. So just a really quick message about the autonomic nervous system. This is what's happening in our bodies automatically. And we have two parts of this nervous system, the sympathetic nervous system and the parasympathetic nervous system. Some of you know lots about this. You have medical backgrounds or you've studied it. But the sympathetic nervous system is what helps us when we need to move. We need to fight or run from a situation. And here we have the caveman running from the saber-toothed tiger. This is a part of our nervous system that is very basic. And again, it's automatic. And so it kicks in when we're scared and we have to do something. And when we need to run, when we need to fight, we are not going to be able to slow down and eat, right? We don't need to do that at the time. If we have a saber-toothed tiger chasing us, we need to get out of there, right? So all of our energy, all of our bodily processes are going to help us do that. All the nerves and all the muscles that were working to digest our food are going to stop in a situation like this, so that the blood flow will go to our big muscles, our arms and our legs, so we can get out of there. And the blood flow and the muscles in our stomach are going to shut down. And for those of you who've ever been in a situation that's scary or traumatic like this, you may even feel nauseous. You may remember that. You may get sick to your stomach afterwards because your stomach, if it has food in it at a time like that, is going to stop processing what's going on. To really fully be able to digest well, you need to be in a state of rest and digest, which is the parasympathetic nervous system. This is where you can relax. You're not feeling threatened or scared, and you are able, the body is able to fully process what it needs to when you're eating. So being able to, let go of anxiety and worry is really helpful to being able to fully digest. And your nutritional benefits are going to be much higher if you are able to relax during mealtime and fully slow down and eat well and not rush through it because you're worried and stressed. There's a lot that you could do and learn about this, and there are many people who are trained to teach you more about how to really eat well and nutritionally. So finally, eat food, real food. Another tip that nutritionists, especially this man Michael Pollan, who's written a book called In Defense of Food, likes to talk about. So his three main points are eat food, not too much, and mostly plants. So many of you may know that these are tips that are important for healthy nutritional eating and things that are not processed. So you see this, this beautiful strawberry. Okay, and related to that, shop the perimeter of the grocery store. That is where the vegetables and the fruits are. If a label has more than 4 or 5 ingredients, don't eat it. That means it's highly processed. If it can't rot, don't eat it. And don't buy food where you buy your gasoline. Eat with people you love around a table. There's some more tips. So it's time for us to do an experiment of mindful eating. And hopefully you now have your bite. I have a grape and I have a chocolate here. And what I'm going to do is guide you through a mindful eating experiment. And I'm sorry, let me just grab my script here. So, I'd like you to start by getting comfortable and relaxed. So we're going to breathe together for a minute, just slowly and deeply. You might want to close your eyes during this time just to focus in on your breath. Maybe with each breath, making it a little bit deeper and softening your belly so that you can take that deep breath. And now bring your attention to this bite of food, your grape, your raisin, chocolate, whatever you chose, and see if you can entertain the notion that you are seeing and sensing it for the very first time. What does it look like? What shape is it? What color is it? How does it reflect light? You can pick it up and turn it over. See what it feels like. What's the texture? Is it smooth? Again, you've never seen this before, so really investigate it. What's its temperature? Is it cool? Is it room temperature? How about the density and its heaviness? Hold it in your hand. What does it feel like? Perhaps now you can bring it up to your nose. What does it smell like? Do the smells remind you of anything? And are you salivating? Now, I am going to slowly tell you to bring this bite of food into your mouth, but only bring it into your mouth and let it rest on your tongue. And now see how what you taste as it rests on your tongue. How do you feel anticipating chewing it? So now when you're ready, take that first bite into that food. What did that feel like? And slowly begin chewing and focusing your attention on the taste and the texture. Continue chewing as long as you can, and be aware of the urge to swallow. And when you're ready to swallow, go ahead and swallow. Notice how far into your body you can feel the food moving through your throat, your esophagus. And how does it feel to know that your body is now exactly one bite heavier? So I am now interested in getting some feedback from you about that experience. And so I'm wondering if we can get people to share a few comments in the chat or the question feature about what that experience was like. What did you notice? What was a surprise as you tried to be mindful about that eating experience? Are we having any people respond to that?
So if you check the question and answer, it looks like that's where some people are putting it in question and answer, and some people are putting it in the chat. So
great, thank you. So I think it just took an extra minute, so thank you. Yeah, continue to add your comments. Anticipation is helpful and delightful to the taste. So did it taste different to you this time than in the past when you've eaten this? Really notice the different flavors in the chocolate. Aware of the time it takes to eat a bite-sized chocolate. It's not one bite. Somebody said yes, absolutely. And it was more satisfying. Yes, thank you for those comments. Also, it was so delicious, I ate the second one. I wonder if you ate it before you finished the first one. I noticed how hard it was not to eat quickly. I confirmed that I don't like dark chocolate. Yeah, sometimes we eat these things and we don't even realize we don't like them. I love that comment. Thank you, Marty. How many of you really eat the things you really like instead of whatever's put in front of you, or whatever's convenient to make, or whatever's convenient to pick up at the grocery store? Taking the time to enjoy the texture and the scent. And I was already anticipating the next bite. It melted in my mouth before I swallowed it. Normally I would have swallowed before that. Thank you. Stella mentioned having a round peppermint candy and it made her think of Christmas. Yeah. More of a burst of flavor at the first bite. Yes. Yes. Any of you who had grapes might have had that experience. It's amazing if you have a grape, to really roll it around in your mouth first and then take that bite, and the burst of flavor is amazing. It showed me ways to slow down my eating. Yes. We eat things we don't like just because it's available. Yes, Marty, exactly. I love chocolate, but never take the time to smell it. It did taste better. So using all those senses, right? Smelling, feeling, tasting, maybe even hearing. Sometimes we hear ourselves chew, right? Could be distracting and it might bother you, but it may also be, you know, certain foods that are crunchy. It's the crunch that contributes to the experience, right? The smell of reminded me of chocolate Christmas stocking chocolate. The touch on my tongue caused it to melt. Eating made me want to eat more. Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much for those comments. And so as we get towards the end of our talk, I want to notice that it's close to lunchtime. And so I'm going to invite you, I'll take some questions also before we finish. So if anybody else wants to add any questions, we do have a few more minutes. But I want to invite you during lunch to consider the possibility that you could eat it more mindfully, to not do something else while you're having lunch, to pay attention, eat slowly, and see what it's like to have a meal, whether it's today at lunch or tomorrow or some other day. I did a group where I was teaching mindful eating to the group, and one of my participants said, "Oh, my husband is going to have a birthday and we are going to have a special meal, and I want to have it mindfully, and I'm going to tell him about it too and see if he can enjoy it even more, because it's a special birthday and it's a special favorite dish that he's going to have." So Penny asked me to talk about my current diet, and thanks for asking, Penny. I am not on what I would call a diet. I will tell you though about how I eat, which is I have become vegan, surprisingly. I was never vegetarian during my life, but I am now, I'll tell you, I'm 62, and in my mid to late 50s is when I really started paying more attention to what I eat. I eat 3 meals a day, and I may snack once, but other than that, that's how I eat. I don't need more than 3 meals a day, nutritionally, calorie-wise, and each meal I try to eat healthy food. And my snacks aren't always healthy, but I really stay away from sugar most of the time. I became vegan as I've been more mindful about my eating and really trying to understand what is the most healthy way for me to eat. And my husband and I decided to try it for a week. And we did, and we both found that we felt fine. We weren't missing meat or dairy. And we thought, well, okay, it's supposed to be good for us. And we both had, I have borderline high blood pressure, and he was having some high cholesterol issues. And we both thought, well, let's try it again for a week, because it's really a better way to eat for our health. And so we did another week, and we did another week, and we are now almost at 3 years eating vegan, which isn't to say, and I'll tell you, we call ourselves oh well vegans because occasionally, oh well, we ended up eating something with an egg in it. I just made pumpkin bread that has eggs in it, and I will say, oh well, once or twice over the holidays and have some pumpkin bread. But probably not more than that. The other thing that's always helpful to me now, and I'll tell you this, another tip. As I said, when I got into my late 50s, I started really paying more attention to my health than eating. And one of the things I like to remind myself is that I have had plenty of pumpkin bread in my life. I've had plenty of fill in the blank, pizza, ice cream, all of these things that I used to think I couldn't pass up. And I now remind myself that I've had more than enough of those things. They got me in trouble a lot, and I don't need them anymore. The foods that are good for me and that give me energy and help me stay healthy are what are important to me. So I do have another person who asked, Joyce asked, how do you get Parkinson's patients to eat more while you eat less? Oh, interesting. Okay. I am not experienced at helping a Parkinson patient with that, or having somebody in my direct family with Parkinson's. But I think that being in that situation brings up for me the question about my own eating and paying attention to other people's eating, and what they're eating doesn't have to influence what I decide about my own choices. So I can feed other people. I make birthday cakes for my son, and I feed him what he likes, which are eggs and omelets, and I'm not eating those things. So I don't know if that's exactly what the issue is that you bring up there, Joyce, but I know that I'm eating what's good and what's right for me, and I can prepare and encourage and be happy to feed other people in my life what they want and what they need. So I think it has to do with being satisfied with where I am right now, and getting to that place takes work some days, right? I'm not always there, but being mindful and working to be in a good place myself, and taking care of myself is really helpful with all of that. So I'm going to wrap up. It's that time. I'm going to thank you all, especially again, Kathleen and Celeste, for having me, and to all of you for being here, and thanks for your participation in this little part of your program.
Thank you, Sue. That was fascinating, and it was very interesting to see all the comments. And I think most of us just shove food in our mouths because we're busy or hurried, and we forget how what a process it can be, and what a different experience it can be if you're actually taking the time and doing it very mindfully. So that I always love that. I've always loved that kind of experiential part where we kind of get walked through that mindful eating. It really makes us think about how we should be doing things, and slows us down. So that's great. But I people had some fabulous feedback and some really interesting points that they made, and so that is always interesting to see too. So thanks to all of you who were participating from home, and thank you again to Sue. Right now, what we're going to do, we're running a little ahead of schedule, but what we're going to do is we're going to take our first official break. So this is an opportunity that you can just kind of get up, stretch your legs, move about, grab a snack, although some of you, as Sue mentioned, we're headed into the lunchtime hour. So if you need to grab something to eat, we're going to keep the link up. Obviously, there will be a PowerPoint running with our sponsor logos and that type of thing. And then we'll come back at 11:50. Jeffrey Wu, who is one of our physical therapists that run programs online for us at during the week is going to lead us in a movement break so that we can kind of get back into things and get some stretching and some movement done. And then the session that will follow will be Dr. Joohi Jimenez-Shahed with a session on hallucinations and REM sleep disorder in Parkinson's. That session will have a formal Q&A portion after her presentation. So be ready with whatever questions you might have. We're going to be putting those, I'll have you put those either in the chat or the Q&A feature, and I'll be monitoring those while she's presenting, and then she and I will go through them. Then we come back with a presentation on navigating transitions in care, then a topic on driving, a presentation on driving in Parkinson's, and then toward the end, after our 2 o'clock break, Dr. Maggie Abbott will be with us, and she'll be just answering questions. So you have an opportunity to submit questions for the physical therapist as well. So that's going to be just exclusively a question and answer portion. So we will go ahead and break now, and I will see you back here at 11:50. Okay, we are just almost ready to have our movement session started. Hi, Jeffrey. You're muted, but we can see you. So welcome. But how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. Great. Thanks. Okay. So before we get started, before we restart, there are a couple of just kind of things I want to mention. If you're looking for the handouts for today's session, so that would be copies of the presentations or the agenda or all of the information, the full program for today, you can find that on our website. If you go to the Thrive Caregiver Conference page, you'll be able to find that there. So you'll be able to download that. If it's not in a format that's helpful for you, or if you need it and you need it printed and you don't have a printer, please just contact the HAPS office and we'll make sure that we that we get it to you in whatever way works. We're happy to print it for you and send it. If you don't need all of the presentations, we won't send you all of them. If there's just a particular one you want printed out, just let us know. We are recording this today with the hopes that we will be able to archive it and put it on our YouTube channel at a later time. So barring any major technical glitches, that should happen, though I don't really have a time frame on when it'll be up there and available. So just thought that I would mention that as well. So anyway, before we resume with the kind of didactic portion of the day, I'm going to turn this over to Jeffrey, who's going to lead you all in a movement session. Jeffrey is a doctor of physical therapy, and he is now a HAPS instructor, and so you may be familiar with him if you're logging on you're on Thursdays, right?
Yes,
Yeah, Thursday evenings. That's right. So you can join his class. I've heard great things about it. It's taxing and energizing, and people appreciate that. So again, as a reminder, even if your loved one is not attending, it's okay. All of our programs are open to caregivers and care partners as well. So Jeffrey, I'm going to spotlight you on the video and turn this over to you and let you do about 10 minutes of movement, and then we'll resume with our education. So
all right. And I saw someone ask a question, what time on Thursday? It's 4 to 5 p.m. on Thursdays. All right. So hi everyone, I'm Jeffrey, and today I'm going to take you guys through a quick movement session, and all you need is a chair. And then we're going to do some things in standing and then some stuff in sitting to kind of get our whole body moving. So grab a chair if you don't have one already. And we're going to start with some sit to stands with big arm movements. So we're going to start by standing and bringing our arms up towards the ceiling, taking a nice deep breath in, and then coming down, sitting back down nice and slow, just like that, and stand back up, nice and tall, reach for the ceiling, and sit back down nice and slow. And then we'll do 10 of these together. Ready, and up. And sit back down, that's 1. A big stand. And 2. Deep breath in. And coming down. 3. Stand back up. And breathe out on the way down. 4. Nice and tall. Coming back down. 5. And down. 6. 7. A big stand. 8. 2 more. 9. And 10. Very good. All right. The next one we're going to do is we're going to do a modified jumping jack. So we're going to step out to the side and bring our arms up to the side and up to the ceiling, just like this, stepping to the side and to the other side. So big step out, come back to the middle, and out to the other side. And we'll do 10 together. 1, 2, big movements. 3, good. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Good. Make sure we'll continue to breathe through all of this and don't hold your breath. All right. The next one we're going to do is we're going to do some high knees, and we're going to bring our opposite hand and tap it to our knee when we drive it up, just like this. Tap. And try to keep the core area tight. And it's going to be a little bit of a twist. Just like this. And we'll do 10 of these as well, alternating. 1, 2, 3, good. 4, 5, good. 6, and try to drive the knees up high. 7, 8, 9, and 10. Good. All right. The next one we're going to do, we're going to keep moving forward. We're going to bring our feet a little bit wider than shoulder width apart. And we're going to bring our arms out to the side like this. And we're going to work on rotation of our upper body. So we're going to turn. Try to turn all the way, if you can, to look at the back, all the way to the back wall, and have the back leg kind of pivot with it. So if you can, try to get into that position. We're going to twist and turn, keeping the arms nice and wide. So we'll go to the right side first. We'll do 10 to the right, and then we'll switch it by turning to the left. So we'll go to the right, turn, and come back. That's 1. And come back. 2. A big twist. 3. 4. Good. 5. 6. 7. 8. 9. And 10. And then we'll do 10, turning to the left side. Same thing, try to get a good turn and twist. 1, and come back. 2, 3, 4, 5, good. 6, 7, 8, 9, one more, and 10. Good. Okay, the next one, we're gonna sit back into our chair and we're gonna do a couple of stretches for our spine. So make sure they're nice and moving. So once you're in the chair, we'll start with the left hand. We're gonna try to lean forward and reach towards the ground. And try to place your arm on the inside of your left knee, just right here. And then your right arm, we're gonna try to keep it straight, bring it out, and try to rotate up towards the ceiling. Just like that, and come down and switch it. So now my right arm is next on the inside of my right knee. And my left arm, try to bring it out and up to have a little rotation and try to feel it in the upper back. And then we'll switch. If you can't reach all the way down, you can just put your forearm on the thigh. And we can do it like this. And switch sides. And come back down. Good. And switch. We'll do a couple more. And this is a stretch for our upper back, our upper spine. And keep breathing throughout this. Very good. Just like that. And switch. Okay. And then we'll have one more before we finish. Another stretch for our spine. We're gonna bring our hands behind our head and elbows out. So we feel a little stretch in the front area. And then we're gonna bring our elbows in and kind of curl forward and try to tap the elbows to the knee. And then coming back up. And then bringing the elbows together, coming forward. Try to slowly tap the knee. And sit up nice and tall, and elbows out. And we'll just do a couple of these and we'll be finished. Nice and controlled, deep breath in on the way up, and then you can slowly breathe out on the way down. Okay. We'll do 2 more. Deep breath in and breathe out as you curl forward. And 1 more. Okay. Good.
All right, thank you, Jeffrey.
Yes.
We appreciate you joining us today and for leading us in that. That's fantastic. And we hope that you have a very good Saturday. I'm sure that you'll be seeing a few more people on your Thursday classes. So thank you again for joining us, and we'll see you soon.
Awesome. Thank you guys. You guys have a good one.
Thanks. Bye-bye. Okay. Well, okay. I hope that all of you enjoyed your break. Several of us are here in the HAPS office today, and we certainly did not mindfully eat, but we all, I think, had carrot sticks instead of chips, so baby steps for us. We should have, there she is, our next presenter. So I think this is probably the hot topic on the hot topic on the agenda today. And so it's my pleasure to introduce to you our next speaker, Dr. Joohi Jimenez-Shahed. Many of you are familiar with her. She has been a longtime friend of HAPS and has recently relocated from the Houston area to New York, but has continued to be involved with HAPS and has presented at many of our educational programs in the past. So Dr. Jimenez-Shahed is the Associate Professor of Neurology and Medical Director, Movement Disorders, Neuromodulation, Brain Circuit Therapeutics at Icahn School of Medicine in Mount Sinai in New York. She is a movement disorder specialist and former chair and current member of the HAPS Medical Advisory Board. So I am just going to let you get started. As I mentioned before, to those of you who are watching the live event, you are able to submit questions through either chat or the Q&A feature. You can find those at the bottom of your screen. I'll be monitoring those, and when Dr. Shahed is finished, we'll come back and we'll go through the questions that you all have submitted during her presentation. So with that, I am going to turn it over to you. Welcome and thank you for joining us.
Great. Thank you so much for that introduction, Kathleen, and also for the invitation to present at this seminar. It's obviously a very important one. We recognize how important and how crucial caregivers are to the ultimate care and well-being of our patients with Parkinson's disease. So thank you all for being here, and we'll just launch right into the topic of discussion. So I was asked to talk about REM behavior disorder and hallucinations, and I think this is always a topic that generally comes up at some point during the care of patients with Parkinson's disease. And what we're going to try to do is to distinguish these two, because I think sometimes they get interpreted differently. And I'll also kind of explain some details around different types of visual phenomenon or other type of psychosis that patients with Parkinson's disease might experience, just so that we can be sure which ones we are referring to, and when you guys are communicating with the clinicians that are taking care of patients, that you have a good understanding of what the difference is between these things. All right, so we'll launch right in. Just the first thing is a brief comparison and contrast between REM behavior disorder, which I'll abbreviate as RBD, and hallucinations. So then we'll dive into each of these kind of deeper. So REM behavior disorder is what we call a parasomnia. So parasomnias are undesired events that happen while patients are sleeping. And so that's a very key kind of distinguishing feature, that REM behavior disorder happens when patients are asleep. By contrast, there's hallucinations, which is when someone sees, hears, or feels something that is not actually there. Okay, so these are not dreams or nightmares. Patients are wide awake when they are happening. They may occur in low light or in low visibility situations, but the key differentiating feature is that the person needs to be awake in order to be able to call this a hallucination. Okay, and I know that there's sometimes some difficulty distinguishing between the two, and we'll talk about what the various features are that might lead to some confusion. All right, so we'll just divide the talk into two. The first section we'll be talking about REM behavior disorder, and the second section we'll talk about hallucinations. So REM behavior disorder is called REM behavior disorder because it occurs during REM sleep. So what is REM sleep? REM stands for rapid eye movement sleep, and this is one of the 5 stages of sleep that can happen. People generally will enter REM sleep within the first 90 minutes of falling asleep. And what you see down at the bottom of the left-hand, the picture on the bottom left of the screen is kind of a graph that represents the different stages of sleep that a person can go through. So they start out awake, they fall asleep, they're in stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, stage 4, and then they kind of come back out of those stages, and then there's a period of REM. And then they'll go back into into the different stages and the deeper stages, and they'll come back out of it, and then there'll be another cycle of REM. So these sleep cycles kind of occur several times throughout the night. And as a consequence, REM sleep itself will also occur several times throughout the night. And, different people, depending on what the situation is, might have different patterns. So this one that's depicted in the picture might not be the exact one for every single patient, but it's just a representative example. And so what we're talking about is episodes of this activity that happen during during those periods when the person is in the REM sleep, which is in these orange lines here, okay? So what are some features of REM sleep? Well, as the name indicates, it's a rapid eye movement situation. So patients are asleep, their eyes are closed, but if you're looking at them, you can see kind of this darting movement of the eyes underneath the eyelids. Patients are generally a little bit more kind of revved up. They can have fast and irregular breathing. There might be an increase in the heart rate, sometimes even to kind of near waking levels. There might be changes in body temperature, increases in blood pressure. And if you really kind of measure brain activity during REM sleep, you can see changes that are actually, or not changes, but just brain activity levels that are similar to what is seen while patients are awake. So it kind of almost looks as if they are awake, but they're not. During this time, the brain is actually consuming more oxygen. In some situations, there may be some sexual arousal in both men and women during this period of sleep. And another feature that sometimes will happen is that there can be twitching of the face and limbs. Now, typically during REM sleep, it is a common time when dreams occur, but the brain usually sends signals to the limbs to kind of be still so that there isn't any kind of physical activity that comes along with that dream the dream content. And so we call this atonia, or without tone is kind of what that means. And so if you're kind of watching a person, yes, there might be some of these twitches, but ultimately they're really kind of quite still. And even though there might be lots of thoughts going on and lots of dreams going on, in a normal person who does not have a neurologic condition, then this will not get any more prominent than that. Okay, so it is generally thought of as a period of time where the brain is a little bit more active, even though the person is asleep. So as we said, the brain is almost as active as when we're awake during REM sleep. The breathing becomes faster. We think what's happening during REM sleep is that this is a time period where the brain is kind of consolidating memories. And so, you can kind of almost think of it as kind of sorting through what's gone on either during the day or just different memories that the person might have and trying to file them away and put them somewhere kind of for safekeeping. And we know that certain activities are likely to affect the amount of REM sleep that people have. So for example, drinking alcohol before bed tends to reduce the amount of REM sleep, but paradoxically, as we'll find out, it might worsen some of the REM behavior disorder. People with REM behavior disorder though, okay, so when you have a condition that affects the brain during REM sleep, then the actual activity that we start seeing is a really physical and sometimes vocal acting out of the dreams. And the reason that that happens is because those brain signals that I mentioned earlier, which are generally keeping the limbs still, that atonia is lost. And if we do a sleep study, for example, in a patient who has REM behavior disorder, what we will see is that during these periods of REM sleep, you can actually measure this kind of increase in the limb activity during that time period. And we call it REM sleep without atonia. And that's kind of the characteristic feature on a sleep study that you might expect to see in a patient with this condition. So before we go into a little bit more detail about REM behavior disorder and what to do about it, let's also be sure that we understand what REM behavior is not. Okay, so sometimes REM behavior disorder can be confused with sleepwalking and sleep terrors. And these are other parasomnias, as we mentioned that term previously. But in these other disorders, the sleeper is usually confused when they wake up. And they don't always kind of wake up quickly versus somebody with REM behavior disorder. It's actually, if they're kind of in the middle of the dream and the acting out and things like that, it's normally pretty easy to kind of wake them out of that and bring them to full kind of awareness. And once a person with REM behavior disorder is awake, they often are able to tell us very clear details about what that dream content was, versus with sleepwalking or sleep terrors, as we'll find out, that may not be the case. So sleep terrors are characterized by situations where patients sit up in bed and let out this kind of blood-curdling scream or shout, okay? There may be some associated kicking or thrashing. They may say things that are sometimes hard to understand. But generally, there's a whole lot of fear associated with whatever has happened. And so they may have a look of intense fear with their eyes wide open and their heart racing. They might be sweating, breathing pretty heavily, have a very tense feeling. They might even bolt out of bed and run around the house. So there can be some, really clear physical manifestations of sleep terrors. But when these people are in the middle of their sleep terror, they don't respond to voices, and they can be very hard to wake up. And if you are able to wake up a person who's having a sleep terror, they can be very confused about what's going on and where they are and what has been happening. And in that context, they generally have no memory of what took place, although they might recall bits and pieces of the dreams. And sometimes the only thing that they'll remember is just that they were really scared about something. So a sense of danger or a sense of fright is maybe the best that they can explain to you. Now, a key differentiating feature of sleep terrors, we talked about the sleep study, we talked about the different phases of sleep or the different stages of sleep. Sleep terrors tend to occur in slow wave sleep. So this is not the REM sleep time that we mentioned or outlined in that picture, if you remember that. Another kind of important feature of sleep terrors is that they tend to begin in childhood. And so usually a person will be able to give us a story that they have always done it, like an adult person would be able to identify that they have kind of had these episodes ever since childhood. And if that is the way that a person describes what's going on with their dreams at the present time, then we sometimes are more concerned about sleep terrors than REM behavior disorder. So REM behavior disorder is also not sleepwalking. Okay, so in sleepwalking, people may get up from bed and walk around even though they're still asleep. So again, if you're measuring their brain waves, there's still kind of sleep stages going on. They may talk or shout while they're walking. Their eyes are open. They may have kind of a confused or glassy look. They might even just start doing routine daily actions that are not things that you would typically think of doing at night. And they're not necessarily related to kind of the dream content. Okay, so these are just kind of usual everyday kind of activities, not necessarily something that's driven by a dream that's scary or upsetting or involving kind of fighting or anything that we mentioned previously. Now, it can also be very hard, as we talked about, to wake up a sleepwalker. And if you are able to wake them up, they're often, again, very confused. They typically have no memory of the event. And again, similar to sleep terrors, they can occur in childhood, and that's often when they start. And it's sometimes scary. I mean, it can be understandable, but this is actually a fairly normal thing. It's not considered a disorder. Doesn't usually require medical treatment, and it usually resolves on its own by the time that person kind of reaches their teenage years. So sleepwalking is generally not something that we would expect in an adult patient, and certainly not the type of thing that we would typically associate with Parkinson's disease. So now let's circle back to REM behavior disorder, or RBD. So who gets it? Well, there tends to be a male gender predilection, and that kind of mirrors what we know about Parkinson's disease, which is that there tends to be more males with this condition. But people with RBD can get this at a much younger age than we might expect Parkinson's to start. So the age of onset of REM behavior disorder is typically from 40 to 70 years, although there can be a wide range. So almost all of adulthood, there's patients that are described that have had it beginning almost at any age. And the clinical phenomenology that we generally associate with REM behavior disorder is the following. So there can be abnormal vocalization. So people can talk, they can yell, they can swear, they can scream. They can have abnormal motor behaviors where the limbs are flailing, where they are punching, kicking, sometimes even lurching or knocking themselves out of bed as a consequence of these movements. And we also know that the dream content is altered in these individuals. So we've kind of talked about this, alluded to this, but usually the dreams involve a chasing or attacking type of theme. There might be bugs or animals involved. There might be other people involved in those dreams. And it's usually the other things, the bugs, animals, people that are being the aggressors in the dream that is being had in a person with REM behavior disorder, and the patient experiencing this condition is actually defending against something, okay? And so that sometimes can explain the types of behaviors or movements or noises that you are hearing if your loved one has REM behavior disorder. So there's definitely a clear relationship between what those behaviors are and what the dream content was. So if it was chasing, then the person might look like they are running, and they might actually mimic some of those types of movements. If they're in a fight, then they might be punching, they might be, you know, kind of reaching out or attacking. And sometimes, unfortunately, that can affect the bed partner or involve the bed partner just by virtue of being there, not necessarily because the dream content was related to the bed partner. And then we also know that the behaviors tend to occur in the latter half of the sleep period. So maybe there's some vivid dreaming that occurs in those REM periods that are earlier during the night, but then the actual acting out might be later. And that sometimes is hard to just determine by history, but that's just something that has been noted as well. So again, what are the behaviors associated with REM behavior disorder? Shouting, swearing, flailing, grabbing, punching, kicking, jumping, leaping, all of these things can happen. And what you see in this picture here is, I think, very illustrative. The person, it's the man here, is dreaming about boxing, and then you can see the picture is kind of depicting him actually making some boxing motions as well. So as I alluded to, these, you know, with all of these types of movements, and especially if the person is, you know, kicking or if they're leaping and kind of reaching out, that can not only result in an injury to the patient because they have, you know, been so, you know, active, or it can also result in injury to their bed partner, especially if that person becomes kind of the object of whatever the activity is. Okay, so we have to be very aware of these types of things. It's not to say that every person who has REM behavior disorder is going to get injured, or that every person with REM behavior disorder is going to injure their bed partner, but we do know that these are things that can happen, and we'll often be asking about these types of aspects to try to determine whether we need to be treating the REM behavior disorder or not, and we'll get to that in a subsequent slide. So it is not very common at all for people with REM behavior disorder to actually walk around. So they might get themselves out of bed, they might fall out of bed, they might jump out of bed, but they're not getting up and walking around kind of seemingly purposefully. It's very uncommon for people who are experiencing REM behavior disorder to have their eyes open, and they generally aren't going to leave the room. So these features, like walking around, eyes open, leaving the room, those are more common signs of sleepwalking. Okay, so sometimes that can help differentiate what's going on. All right, so most people, the patients themselves, will view their dreams as nightmares. So they're kind of scary or unpleasant in content. They will often involve the insects or animals, people chasing or attacking them or their relatives or friends. And as we mentioned, that patient is almost always the defender and is not actually the attacker. And so even though it may seem that, oh, my spouse, you know, started punching me, or if that's, you know, kind of the experience that it's had, it's more so in the context of actually defending than it is in actually trying to, you know, kind of knowingly attack the bed partner. So many patients are able to recount the content of their dreams. So if you wake them up and they're able to talk to you, they should be able to, and often will tell you, oh, I was dreaming about this, or this is what was going on. And these patients may often recall the vivid details of the nightmares for days and sometimes for weeks or years. And as we'll find out in a moment, that's actually another kind of distinguishing feature. I can always, when I'm interviewing my patients with Parkinson's disease or their spouses, there's always kind of that, remember when you were dreaming that X, Y, or Z, and you had that really bad episode of REM behavior disorder. So it kind of tends to stick with people. Now, usually, so people who are unaffected with Parkinson's or REM behavior disorder, you might recall the detail of a dream vividly upon awakening, but actually, interestingly, most of the time we forget the details by noon or by the next day. So by contrast to what I just told you about these episodes of RBD. So what are some things that can make RBD worse? Well, sleep or REM sleep, specifically deprivation, can actually worsen REM behavior disorder. So even if you have less frequent episodes of REM sleep at night, sometimes that actually makes the behavior disorder part of it more intense. Okay, so it's not always the case that things that reduce REM sleep are actually going to reduce the amount of RBD that a person has. Having other sleep disorders, like maybe sleep apnea, which is another common one in Parkinson's patients, that can also worsen RBD. We mentioned that alcohol, although it reduces the amount of REM sleep, can actually aggravate the REM behavior disorder. And then interestingly, certain medications can affect how the RBD kind of manifests. And it's a little curious. There are certain antidepressants that can actually worsen REM behavior disorder. And one of the most common offenders is actually a medication called mirtazapine. And the brand name for mirtazapine is actually Remeron. And the reason it's called Remeron is because it helps patients have more REM sleep. And so then you can understand how that medication might, for some people, aggravate their RBD. But sometimes other antidepressants can do it too. And so we have to be careful about whether those medications are being given at night, or whether they're given during the day, or whether they're used at all in people with RBD. And then also, interestingly, the Parkinson's medications themselves can impact it. And I wish I could tell you that there's a very clear pattern. Some people may start a new medication for their Parkinson's and notice that the RBD is better. Some people might start a new medication and notice that the RBD is worse. But one of the things and one of the strategies that we often recommend is to look at when that last dose of medication is during the day. And if that's being taken right before bedtime, then we might ask that that dose be shifted to earlier in the evening, so that it's not quite so high in the system at the time that the patient is hitting REM sleep. So we'll talk a little bit more about that in a couple of slides, but these are certainly some situations to be aware of that might worsen RBD. So what are the medication treatments? Well, the goals of therapy are to minimize the frequency and the severity of both the vocalizations and the behaviors. And also, some of these treatments can decrease the unpleasant dreams themselves. And so the mainstays of our medication management is actually melatonin, or another medicine called clonazepam. So melatonin is that over-the-counter medicine. It is it's a normal substance. Everybody has melatonin, and everybody's brain kind of increases the amount of melatonin that is made available to the system in the nighttime, so that the body kind of gets its proper signals to be ready for sleep and to kind of start resting and restoring, so that you feel better in the morning. And so we can use extra of that melatonin to actually treat REM behavior disorder. And it can vary in terms of how much a person may need in order to get the benefit from the melatonin, but sometimes up to 12 milligrams per night can be effective for management of RBD. Now, clonazepam is the other kind of common medication that we will try. Clonazepam is technically in the group of drugs that we might hear them referred to as tranquilizers. The class of medication is a benzodiazepine. These are sometimes used to manage things like anxiety. And so although these types of medications can have sort of the possibility of the body becoming dependent on them, usually I found if we're using it at these low doses, like 0.25 to 1 milligram at night, restricted to nighttime to manage the REM behavior disorder, that we really don't run into issues with that kind of dependence or getting used to it. So often taking a dose of that medication on a nightly basis is just enough to keep these dreams and dream reenactment at bay. Now, there are, as I mentioned, other medications that have been described. And so you'll see on this list here some that are actually Parkinson's medications, specifically the pramipexole and the levodopa. I wouldn't use them kind of as a rule for management of RBD, but I think we can understand how they might impact somebody's symptoms. Some of these other medications that are on here, donepezil is actually a dementia medication. Some people who take donepezil at night actually have more nightmares, so it's a little bit paradoxic in terms of how it might reduce the actual RBD. And then these other ones, carbamazepine is otherwise used as a seizure medicine. Triazolam is a medicine that's similar to clonazepam. And then clozapine and quetiapine, as we'll talk about a little bit later, those are actually the antipsychotic medications. I usually will not use those for management of this condition for RBD unless symptoms are extremely severe and patients have not responded to the other usual therapies. And I probably have only had to do that a couple of times. Okay, so those are kind of the ways that you can use medications to manage RBD, but there are some non-medication treatments that can be considered. And so simple things like maybe just some bedroom safety precautions to kind of minimize the effects of the RBD. So things like moving objects away from the patient's bedside. So things like nightstands, lamps, or other objects that could cause injury, kind of moving those away so they're less likely to do so. Moving the bed away from the window is another safety precaution to think about if that is, depending on the type and the extent of the RBD that's happening for an individual patient. Maybe placing a large object such as a dresser in front of the window to actually block the window itself so that there isn't injury. Moving sharp and edged objects away from the bed. I've had some patients place a mattress or a cushion of some type on the floor adjacent to the bed so that if the RBD for an individual patient is frequently leading to them kind of knocking themselves out of bed, then having that mattress or cushion can be a helpful safety precaution. And then bed rails or something similar to a bed rail is something to consider. I think, again, depending on the type of behavior that the person is exhibiting, that may or may not be a good idea in all situations. Other kind of non-medication management strategies can be maintaining a normal total sleep time. As we talked about, sleep deprivation can increase the RBD, avoiding certain medications that we discussed, and avoiding alcohol at bedtime. And then if there are other sleep disorders, so for example, the sleep apnea, making sure that those are being treated appropriately and that the person's actually able to get good, undisrupted sleep. Now, just in general, here are these are a set of just good, healthy sleep habits to try to maintain. We call these sleep hygiene, so just ways to kind of keep good sleep. So we talked about having a consistent sleep schedule, setting a bedtime that's early enough for an individual to get at least 7 hours of sleep. That's usually kind of a good rule of thumb for adults. Don't go to bed unless you're sleepy. So we should really be using the bed and the bedroom for sleep. And so we don't want to go in there not at bedtime or not when we're sleepy and then be trying to do other activities as a consequence of that. And then some sleep specialists will talk a lot about this. If you don't fall asleep after 20 minutes, get out of bed and go do something else until you do start feeling sleepy, and then come back to bed when you're sleepy. Having a established and relaxing bedtime routine, making your bedroom quiet and relaxing, keeping the room at a comfortable and cool temperature, these can all help kind of promote good and consistent sleep. Limiting exposure to bright light in the evenings can also help. Sometimes getting that kind of bright light, especially with devices, can sort of artificially signal to the brain that it is not really nighttime. And so that normal kind of winding down that happens can be impeded by having a lot of light exposure in the evenings. So that's where the turning off electronic devices comes from. Also things like don't eat a large meal before bedtime, exercising regularly, maintaining a healthy diet, don't drink caffeine or alcohol too late in the evening, and reducing your fluid intake before bedtime so you get that good restful sleep. So these are just kind of general good sleep habits, which I think are important to kind of consider alongside just the specific RBD management strategies that we talked about. So in summary, RBD, it's actually pretty easy to diagnose. We talked that there is a sleep study and a finding on the sleep study that can actually identify REM behavior disorder, but really just a simple screening question. Do you act out? Do you have vivid dreams and do you act them out? That's usually how I can identify in my Parkinson's patients whether they are experiencing RBD. And we talked about how these symptoms can be distressing, and sometimes it's more distressing to the partner than it is to the patient. We talked about how it can result in injury, and we did talk about treatment options if it's occurring frequently enough or if it's severe enough. And there are really kind of some, there's a certain amount of RBD that may not require treatment. It might be infrequent, it might not be bad, and so it's maybe something that is manageable. But if it really starts getting into that risk of injury or really disruptive kind of behaviors or potentially injurious behaviors, then we do want to treat, and you have the list of medications there that are commonly used. All right, so then we'll move on then to talking about hallucinations, and I kind of refer to this as the things you don't see. So we'll walk through a little bit about that. And I think in order to talk about hallucinations, we also need to kind of differentiate hallucinations from things like delusions or illusions, sundowning, delirium, and then RBD, which we have already talked about. So let's go through these bit by bit here. So hallucinations, as we talked about at the beginning, this is when someone sees, hears, or feels something that is not actually there. Okay, so these are not dreams or nightmares. People are wide awake when they're experiencing hallucinations. They may occur in low light or low visibility situations, and they can actually be pretty common in patients with Parkinson's disease. So depending on your sources, they may even quote you higher than 20 to 30% of patients with Parkinson's disease, but I think 20 to 30% of people that maybe need it actually managed is not a, I think that's a pretty fair estimate of how common it is. So what are the types of hallucinations? I'm curious if any of you can see this. I don't know how it projects on the screen, but this image to me is actually like kind of moving a little bit. So I wonder if that's visible. But anyway, there are different kinds of hallucinations. So the most common one in Parkinson's, of course, are visual hallucinations. So the person will see animals, bugs, people. They'll actually see a formed figure of something and maybe even interact with it. You can have auditory hallucinations. So this is hearing voices or sounds that are not real. So examples can be music, maybe hearing a baby crying or the water dripping. I've had Parkinson's patients tell me that they, from time to time, will hear music playing in the background and they're the only one who hears it. And that's usually not unpleasant, and it's usually not something that needs to be treated. One of my patients, by contrast, she would hear the water dripping, and it had gotten to the point where she was calling over her family to help investigate what she was convinced was a leak under her sink that really wasn't there. So, depending on the nature of these, they can have varying degrees of, distress associated with them. Olfactory hallucinations are when a person will smell an odor that is not related to an actual source. This is pretty rare in Parkinson's disease. I have, however, had patients experience tactile hallucinations where they feel something imaginary like bugs crawling on their skin. I've had that to the point where, the patient who's experiencing it will kind of bring in whatever it is that they feel is on their skin. That brought them in jars for me to look at, and of course there was nothing there. So those can be very real to people. And then the last type of hallucination is gustatory, which means sensing a bitter or abnormal taste in your mouth that doesn't have an actual source. And that's also quite rare, and I don't think I've come across that in any of the patients with Parkinson's that I have managed. So by contrast, delusions are a little bit different. Delusions are when people have illogical or irrational or dysfunctional views, or maybe persistent thoughts that are not based in reality. So it's not the seeing something, hearing something, thinking something is there. It's really this kind of thought process that's not right. So these are usually not deliberate. It's not something that the person is knowingly or kind of very specifically, trying to make accusations about, but whatever the thought process is very real to the person with Parkinson's disease. And so we have to kind of be careful when we're managing those situations. And sometimes these can be quite threatening to patients. And if they are, then they might become argumentative, aggressive, agitated. They might be themselves unsafe in their actions. Fortunately, this is not very common compared to the hallucinations, but it is something that we need to be aware of. It can happen in up to 8% of patients with Parkinson's disease. Now, delusions are generally, there's a belief associated with them, and then there's certain behaviors that might occur as a consequence of these beliefs. And there's sometimes, they can be divided into sometimes these 3 different categories. So jealousy delusions are when the patient believes the partner is being unfaithful. And I would probably say that this is one of the most common types of delusions that I've seen in patients with Parkinson's. They may become quite paranoid about this, agitated, they might become suspicious of their partner, and in certain cases maybe even be aggressive. And that, of course, is a very difficult situation to manage. You know, we have to be kind of aware of the different dynamics there. Persecutory delusions are those in which the patient believes he or she is being attacked or harassed, cheated or conspired against. Sometimes it's the neighbor or somebody at their, you know, within their community. And again, this can be problematic. Patients, again, can have become quite paranoid, suspicious, agitated. At times they can be aggressive about and toward that particular person. They can be quite defiant, and in certain circumstances, depending on the nature of this delusion, can actually socially withdraw because they don't want to put themselves in the situation where they would be exposed to whatever it is that they feel is persecuting them. So this can have very real behavioral consequences as well. And then the last type of delusion are somatic delusions, where patients believe their body is not functioning normally or is functioning in a very abnormal manner. They have an unusual obsession with their body or health. And an example of this was, in one of my patients, was kind of a very somatic delusion related to bowel movements. And so this person was spending hours in the bathroom on hygiene, on that type of hygiene and bathroom routine as a consequence of this. And so the behaviors might be a lot of anxiety. There might be reports of abnormal or unusual symptoms, extreme concern regarding those symptoms, and frequent visits with the clinician to kind of try to investigate what's causing it or to try to manage it in a better way. So sometimes we need to recognize that certain symptoms might be kind of on the border of being almost delusional for some patients. Again, uncommon, but certainly can happen. The next kind of phenomenon that sometimes gets confused with hallucinations is actually what we call an illusion. So hopefully if you're looking at this picture on the right-hand side of the screen, you can see kind of the face and the rock there. So illusions are a sensory misperception in which the patient misinterprets real things in the environment. And so, for example, if they're looking at their clothes in their closet, they might think that there's people in their closet. Okay, so just misinterpreting the clothes for something else. And these can be worse during low light or low visibility situations. And so, you know, just a lot of times patients are kind of aware that this is not right, or they may be able to kind of interact and realize that those illusions are not actually real. Sundowning is another one that comes up frequently. This is where people may become restless, agitated, irritable, or even confused. And this begins or worsens as daylight begins to fade. And now that we've had kind of a time change, that earlier kind of shift to darkness can sometimes be problematic for individuals with sundowning. So situations of low light or low visibility, patients can have this very clear behavior change, and they may even hallucinate. And most often the care provider can kind of predict when this is going to happen, and it tends to be pretty consistent. The other thing about sundowning that's worth noting is that it tends to be more common when there's an underlying dementia that is present. And so we know that people with Parkinson's who have dementia certainly can experience the sundowning episodes. All right, and I think this is the last one, which is delirium. Delirium is yet a little bit of a different phenomenon. So this is where there's a reversible change in a person's level of attention or concentration. One key kind of feature here is that it usually evolves pretty quickly, and people can kind of be with it and then out of it kind of in rapid succession. It may be to the extent that there's altered consciousness or altered awareness of what's going on. People can have very disorganized thinking, sometimes some unusual behaviors, and they can even hallucinate when in the middle of a delirium. Now, one of the commonest situations where delirium happens in Parkinson's is actually in the hospital setting. And so if the person's admitted for a medical reason, or maybe in order to have a surgery, it's not uncommon that this type of situation will arise, and that may be for a variety of different factors, lots of different contributing features. So maybe it's because they're getting specific and different medications during their hospital stay. Maybe they've gotten an infection. One common one to be aware of is actually a urinary tract infection. Maybe there's electrolyte disturbances, maybe just the fact that they're in an unfamiliar environment and there's people coming and poking and prodding at all different odd hours of the night with significant sleep disruption. That can also contribute to the presence of this delirium. And that, is sometimes a really difficult situation to handle. It tends to prolong hospitalizations, and in certain situations can be associated with a poor overall prognosis of being able to go out of the hospital and kind of return to the previous kind of state. So this really needs to be identified early and addressed early if it occurs. Okay, and then we've already talked about REM behavior disorder, which again, it's during REM sleep. So it's really not a visual phenomenon. It's not something the person is seeing or hearing while they're awake. And you have the dreams accompanied by dream reenactment. And we talked about the different types of behaviors that can happen. Now, if a person is experiencing a REM RBD episode and they wake up in the middle of their dream, there might be a brief period there where they have difficulty distinguishing dream from reality, and it might seem like they're having a hallucination, but that's not really a hallucination. That's really just that sleep-wake transition. And so again, we would not consider RBD the same thing as a hallucination. A frequent question that comes up is whether or not any of these symptoms really are indicative of Lewy body dementia. So let's take a minute to kind of talk about what that is. Lewy body dementia is when a patient who has features of Parkinsonism and features of dementia that start kind of in close association with each other. Usually kind of our benchmark is within a couple of years. And that is distinguished from a person who has well-established Parkinson's disease and then later develops a Parkinson's disease dementia. So usually in that situation, the person has an extended period after their initial diagnosis of Parkinson's disease, after which they start developing the cognitive issues. And so that's kind of how we distinguish whether or not we feel like somebody has Lewy body or PD dementia. Now, in Lewy body dementia, people can sometimes have spontaneous hallucinations even before medicines for Parkinsonism are started. But then when they do start the medications, then that can worsen or aggravate the hallucinations. Another characteristic feature is this fluctuation. So they may have good days, bad days, or even within a day, they can seem very lucid, and then at other times be very confused. And when patients with Lewy body dementia are having hallucinations, there may be a need to treat with antipsychotics. And in certain circumstances, I won't say in everyone, but in certain situations, those antipsychotics might actually cause the situation to worsen instead of helping. And that's a feature that we see in Lewy body dementia. Now, Lewy body dementia patients can often have a long-standing history of RBD. So we have to kind of put two and two together and sort of separate the parts that are RBD from the parts that are hallucination, but that's usually what the neurologist will be talking to you about. And then we're kind of put in a somewhat difficult situation in Lewy body dementia because we will need to be able to balance the medicines that are needed for the Parkinsonism, which might be aggravating the hallucinations, with actual management of the hallucinations. And so sometimes there's a little bit of, balancing that has to be done to get the combination of medications as good as possible. All right, so hallucinations, clearly, as we've then talked about, they can be certainly distressing to patients, they can be distressing to the caregivers, they can certainly create difficulties with care. We know that there are certain risk factors for hallucinations and Parkinson's. Certainly if somebody's already got a dementia, they're more likely to experience hallucinations, sometimes depression, impaired vision, older age, and even more advanced Parkinson's disease. These are situations where we're more likely to have patients with Parkinson's experiencing hallucinations. And then we've already talked about kind of the role of medications there. I'm skipped over the medication slide, but let's talk a little bit about the stages of Parkinson's psychosis. So on the right-hand side of this image, you can see kind of the stages of Parkinson's. So you've got stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, stage 4. And you can see that in stage 1 here, there can be a number of different types of those illusions that I mentioned to you. So maybe the person thinks something is just kind of moving in the periphery. Maybe they actually have illusions where they interpret one thing for another. They might think that something is there, but it really isn't, but they're not actually having these formed hallucinations. So that's sometimes how it starts. And that may or may not be anything in and of itself that requires treatment. It just requires awareness and monitoring, but it may progress to frank hallucinations where people see other people or animals. At first, patients might actually retain insight and recognize that these are not real. But at some point it may progress to loss of that insight, and then these problems arise where people are really kind of interacting with those hallucinations, reacting to those hallucinations, and that behavior associated with it can sometimes be difficult to manage, and that's usually the situation where medications are required. And then the delusions, as we talked about, thankfully are not necessarily the most common thing. They tend to be, usually some of the last things that can appear in patients with Parkinson's disease. So hallucinations, unfortunately, are some of the strongest predictors of nursing home placements in patients with Parkinson's disease. And so on the left-hand side of this slide, which I won't go through in a lot of detail, those are characteristics of Parkinson's patients admitted to a nursing home. But if you took all of those factors and looked at independent predictors of nursing home placement, hallucinations are definitely on this list. And I think that has a lot to do with the fact that that increases the care demands on the care providers, and it just makes for a very difficult situation sometimes that just requires that higher level of care that cannot be provided at home. So there can be behavior management. We can talk about simplifying the Parkinson's medication regimen in order to limit the impact that those have on hallucinations. Treating underlying medical problems is often an important step. And then just looking at possibly using medications to manage the hallucinations. And I think I'm going to take a little time on this one, and then I might go a little bit quicker in the interest of time in the rest of the slides. But I think it's important to recognize that not all hallucinations need to be treated or addressed. And so sometimes just kind of recognizing them for what they are and not really needing to make a big deal out of them. It may depend on how bad they are, but I think some of these more minor ones, especially when the patient retains insight, we may not need to actually treat them with medications. We also try to recommend not to argue the patient out of the hallucinations or try to reason with them about why they are or aren't there. Try to go along with it when it's possible, at least to a reasonable extent. Sometimes a good strategy is to try to refocus the patient's attention on something else. So if they're really kind of fixated or really reacting or interacting to a particular thing, maybe try to turn their attention to a different activity or to a different thought process. And just really trying to find some workarounds for drawing their attention away from that thought process. So some people have described maneuvers like turning on lights or shining a flashlight to help kind of dissipate the hallucinations. That can be sometimes helpful. And if there are significant hallucinations or persistent behavioral changes like we've talked about, then that certainly should be discussed with the doctor for consideration of medication management. So these are some of the strategies that we will look at. We'll look at the Parkinson's medicines and try to keep it simple. There's certain medicines that are more likely to cause or aggravate hallucinations, so we try to minimize those. And then we look at other medicines that might be the patient might be using, such as pain meds, other psychiatric medications, antibiotics, and certainly any recent changes in their other medications that might have caused this to happen. And then if we need to treat hallucinations, then there's really, the antipsychotics are the ones that we end up having to use. There's two acceptable dopamine blocking antipsychotics. One is quetiapine and the other one is clozapine. They have their differences, but they both can make people sleepy. The clozapine specifically requires blood monitoring for suppression of white blood cells, so it's not always the easiest one to use, but it can sometimes be quite effective, and it's certainly more effective than quetiapine. But those are the two that we can safely use. And then the third option that we have, which is pimavanserin. Some of you may have heard about this medication. It is an antipsychotic, but it does not work by blocking dopamine. It actually works on serotonin receptors, and for that reason won't make any Parkinson's symptoms worse. It's one of the most recently approved drugs for Parkinson's disease, and specifically for Parkinson's hallucinations. And so that's certainly another option that we have to try. And it can also be used in combination with other medications. So in summary, hallucinations, I think it's important to recognize really whether you're dealing with a hallucination or a delusion, or what type of specific phenomenon is happening, so that we're clear about what's being experienced and then what requires treatment. We always want to identify or address other contributing factors. We'll always take a look at the Parkinson's regimen and try to simplify that to keep it from being kind of the problem, and certainly thinking about ways to manage hallucinations from a behavioral standpoint before jumping into medication management. That's always a strategy to consider. So I think that's my last slide, and I want to thank you for your attention. Kathleen, if you want to help me out with the questions, I'll take as many as you let me answer given the time.
Sure. Thank you. This has been great. We've had lots of good questions come in. All right. So one of the first questions was, can you have RBD during the day if you're sleeping a lot? This woman says her husband's sleeping about 18 hours a day.
Yeah, there certainly have been situations where people are napping during the day, and if they happen to get into a REM stage during the nap, then they can. It's not common for that to happen, and so if somebody's really experiencing like a sleep onset REM activity, then we're sometimes concerned about narcolepsy. So or something similar to that. So if that is happening, then it may warrant discussion with the physician.
Okay. Lots of questions related to kind of should I wake the person if in the middle of a RBD episode, should I just let them sleep? There was a very specific question. It says, my husband has episodes during the night when he thinks someone is in the house or our bedroom. He calls out to them and even tries to talk to them. He wakes me up and wants to know who's in our house. How should I respond to him in that scenario? If I tell him no one is here, but he doesn't believe me, he can't. If I tell him no one is here, he doesn't believe me. He can't move without me helping him out of bed. He's very rigid at night. I don't know if he's asleep or awake. He is on mirtazapine and he has a history of REM sleep disorder, and he takes his medicine at night. But there was questions about how do you respond kind of in those scenarios where they're just kind of waking up, and do you wake them up, or do you just let them kind of?
Yeah, I wonder, I think there might be kind of two different scenarios that you brought up there. I think the part about the REM behavior disorder, if it's really just the dream and the dream reenactment, I think there's probably different ways to handle that as far as whether or not you try to wake the person up. I think if the pattern has been that it's just something that happens and it maybe isn't terribly disruptive, it's not too problematic, you can let it go. I think if there is, and don't try to wake that person up. But if it's something that you know is likely to evolve into some type of activity where either the bed partner is affected or the patient is at risk of self-injury, then I think you may want to try to disrupt that. I think it's a very hard kind of thing to be very absolute about, but I think it might be different depending on the scenario. I think the kind of extended question that you described with the specific scenario, I'm not sure if that particular thing is really REM behavior disorder. It sounds like then there's something that's waking this individual up, and that person is then very convinced that there's something happening or that there's something there that really isn't. And that is probably now bordering on, like, just rather than being just a specific RBD thing, is actually more of a hallucination that needs to be managed. So I think that is certainly something to discuss with the physician as far as what other medication options there are for managing that.
Okay, so along similar lines, there was a question, how do you determine REM, if it's REM or hallucinations when you're awakened but not fully alert, but see things that are not there? This only lasts for about 15 to 20 seconds, and, or until they're kind of fully awake. So is that how would you define that?
Right. So I think, it's always a hard situation to define. I think that if it's happening in the sleep transition, so either on the verge of falling asleep or on the point of awakening, it is most probably still just a sleep-related phenomenon. Okay, so during those sleep transitions, we call these actually hypnopompic or hypnagogic hallucination. When we call them hallucinations, but they're really related to the sleep phenomenon. I would still not treat those as hallucinations or consider them really the hallucinations that I was talking about when a person's wide awake and is seeing something or hearing something that isn't there. And I think those I would still address by addressing whatever the primary sleep issue is.
Okay. This viewer says, my husband has started having sudden violent jerks of one leg during sleep. He describes it as an electric shock. His foot is very painful afterwards, and he can't put any weight on it as the pain is excruciating. Is this related to any of the things you've talked about today, or is this something different?
Yeah, that's, I think I would probably say that is something different. There are certainly lots of other things that can go on at night, and certainly a lot of other things that Parkinson's patients can experience, and we didn't touch on many of those. So there are other conditions like restless legs or periodic limb movements of sleep. I think the latter might be what this person is describing, where there's sudden kind of jerks of a limb or flexing of a limb. That should be brought up, I think, may require a sleep study to look into further, especially if it's happening frequently and it's that uncomfortable for the patient.
Okay, which kind of goes into the next question someone submitted about what is the benefit if you're able to just kind of help based on a couple of questions in clinic, kind of discern whether or not this looks like RBD, then what is the benefit of a sleep study?
Yeah, I don't usually get sleep studies for my patients with RBD. Usually if they have RBD and I'm asking for a sleep study, it's because I'm worried there's something else also going on. So maybe I do want to be sure about the sleep apnea question, or maybe there are other kind of factors that we need to understand about their sleep that might benefit from certain types of treatment. So, I think I don't use a sleep study to diagnose RBD.
Okay. And then I think we only have time for maybe one more question, but this was related to sundowning and, thoughts on what might be the most effective treatment. Are there things to treat it, or is it just kind of behavior modification or environmental change, or what is it that you suggest using for sundowning?
Yeah, so sundowning, again, as with all the other things that we've talked about, there may be ranges of severity. And so if it's a mild behavior change, it may or may not require any specific medication intervention. There might be some simple environmental changes that can be made, which is because we talked about the fact that they are related to low light conditions, make sure that the house is well lit, or make sure that the person has some kind of access to kind of light therapy, or maybe even going outside if it's possible to do that. So those are maybe some simple things that can be done. I think otherwise, if it's a very, kind of stark transition, or if it's a very kind of a bad episode of sundowning with a lot of symptoms and a lot of behavior change, then we can use different medications. It may depend on the scenario. Sometimes using the dementia medications can be helpful. Sometimes using antipsychotics is required. And sometimes even things like the melatonin that we talked about before for the RBD can actually be helpful in these situations as well. So there's many different options depending on
okay. And one final thing, because it looks like maybe we still need a little bit of clarification based on the questions that just came in just a second ago. This kind of partial awake behavior that's happening, is that RBD? Is that something else? Several new questions just came in related to, they're having this experience, they wake up, they're not fully awake, but they're either in quite defensive mode, or they're, very agitated. So maybe just clarifying that one more time.
Yeah, I think RBD is always going to be associated with some kind of a dream in which we talked about the content, which could be scary, or it could be active, it could be very physical. And whatever the activity is that's going on, so the punching, the kicking, the talking, the yelling, the screaming, all of those things are specifically related to what that dream content is. So that's the RBD part. An RBD patient who then is woken up and then is a little confused, and it takes them a little while to settle in and kind of be awake. Again, I mean, that may not require any other specific treatment. I think it can be part of just that waking itself. And I think that can happen even without any RBD going on. And it, again, if it's simply on that transition, may not even require treatment.
Yeah. Okay, well, thank you very much for that, for clarifying and for joining us. I didn't even make a live from New York joke this time. Anyway, but we appreciate you being here with us. We know that this is an important topic. Clearly by the questions that we've received, sounds like we need to revisit this again at some point, because I know that it's impacting a lot of people's lives and you know, their ability to get good sleep and then manage during the day. And it creates quite a challenge. So we appreciate you sharing your time with us and sharing your expertise. And we hope to see you soon.
Well, thank you for having me, and you know where to find me.
Yes, thank you. All right, bye-bye. Okay, so next up, we'll be moving right along with the agenda. I'm super excited I don't really need to introduce Celeste Harris to you. She is our Director of Social Services. I'm looking to see if she's going to change herself to a panelist or if I'm changing her to panelist. Hold on. Sorry, technical challenges. She should be joining us in just a moment. There she is. Okay, great. All right, so many of you already know Celeste Harris. She is a master's social worker, and she is here. She is part of the HAPS team here. She's our Director of Social Services. She joined us in 2005 after completing her graduate social work internship with us. So she's been around for a long time, very experienced working with the Parkinson's population. Many of you know her from support groups and from enrichment programs that we offer here. So you're very familiar with her, and she's got a lot of good content to share with you today about transitions of care and how to navigate those. So I am going to turn this over to Celeste. Welcome, Celeste, and thank you for your information.
Thank you. Thank you everyone for being here with us today. Thank you, Kathleen, and all of our other presenters, and thank you all of you for being here and participating virtually. A couple of quick notes. As the Director of Social Services and as an LMSW, I am a social worker, and I am here to be a resource for you. My job is really that direct client interaction, whether it's support groups or case management or information and referral. So please don't ever hesitate to reach out. I know as caregivers, making choices often feels very difficult, but they are necessary and they are possible. When we get frozen in one place, when we can't make those difficult choices or feel like we can't make those difficult choices, that's when you need to lean into your support systems, to your care teams, to us here at HAPS as a resource. And of course, as always, I am so thankful to be a part of this Parkinson's community and to be here with you. Okay, so caregiving is a constant learning experience. Vivian Fraser, who is a elder care advocate associated with the AARP. Learning is a part of life. It is a part of our growth, which is continual, and it is also a part of the process. We don't know what we don't know, which is why we are constantly striving to educate ourselves, striving to seek out that information that will help you make informed choices about the care that you are providing for your loved ones and for yourself. You are also part of the equation. Your health and well-being, your physical and emotional well-being matter immensely and are absolutely a part of the decision-making process as you navigate these channels of care. And so learning is part of that. Learning what you need to do in the future, what your avenues are open to you, what is available to you is absolutely part of the process, and that empowers you and allows you to thrive. So today we will be covering types of care, types of facilities, asking the hard questions, and moving forward. So once we know a little bit more about what's available, we can start examining, okay, where does that fit in with my care plan today? And how might that affect my care plan in the future? Jumping right into it. So the different types of care. And this, of course, there is your medical care. This is this presentation is really covering things outside of what you do at your doctor's office, but the choices that you make as caregivers in the day-to-day experiences. So jumping right in, there is home health care. Home health care is healthcare services that can be given in your home. We think of it sometimes as wound care or IV therapies. Probably the majority of you are using home health care as physical therapy or occupational therapy or speech therapy in the home. In Texas, you do need a prescription for this type of home health care. That can be provided by a physician. It does not have to be your neurologist. If a primary care physician can help you with that prescription in a more timely manner, then that's wonderful. And this can be covered, of course, by Medicare and insurance. Typically, it is short term. So you may have someone come in and help with, a nurse might need to check vitals, or you're doing physical therapy when you transition from a skilled nursing, and we'll get into all of that in a little bit later, in home to help build up strength, or occupational therapy to help you manage and navigate your in-home environment. That is absolutely something that is incredibly valuable. It's especially valuable for those of us who have limited mobility, whether that is due to transportation issues or because of symptom management related to Parkinson's disease. The home health care is, of course, covered by licensed professionals, which is why insurance and Medicare and Medicaid can provide that coverage. So next to that, I have respite care. Sometimes people refer to this as home care. Sometimes we call it caregiving services. Respite care is from the point of view of the caregiver. So bringing you all some respite, a little bit of a break for the familial caregiver, bringing in a paid caregiver who can provide the recipient, so typically the person with Parkinson's, assistance with non-medical activities of daily living. So these are not licensed professionals, and this is a private pay service. So these are not licensed professionals. They do come in to provide assistance with things like dressing, light housekeeping, light meal prep, perhaps some medication reminders, ADLs such as bathing, bed dressing, oral care, hair care, but they are not medical professionals. This is not a nurse who's going to come in and provide day-to-day care. When you juxtapose that with home health care is going to come in and they're going to do their job. They're going to dress that wound. They're going to do the physical and occupational therapy, and then they're going to leave to go on to their next patient, to the next home. A respite caregiver, a paid caregiver, will come in for the time allotted and really provide that care for the hours that are there. Perhaps this is the moment that you go and put your feet up. Maybe this is when you run to pick up your groceries. Maybe this is when you go to your own doctor's appointments, or take some time to visit with friends. It really does allow you to fill those hours knowing that someone else is really managing the safety and care of the person in your life who you are caregiving for. There are agencies that provide this service. Typically, they are licensed, insured, and bonded, and provide a minimum of training for their professional caregivers. You can find individuals who provide this level of service. There are different websites that can connect people. There are ways to find people through perhaps church bulletins or neighborhood newspapers. Typically, most people find individuals, individual professional caregivers not related to agencies through word of mouth. And you can imagine that they get jobs relatively quickly if they're good at what they do. A note about Parkinson's disease experience with professional caregivers. It is not always the case that someone is going to have a wealth of experience with Parkinson's disease as a professional caregiver. That's not a deal breaker. It is important, though, that regardless of the type of service that you are recruiting for the individual in your life, for your home, for yourself, that they're willing to learn about Parkinson's disease and how Parkinson's disease caregiving and how Parkinson's disease care differs from other diagnoses or from traditional aging. Of course, there are also facilities, long-term care facilities that can provide a variety of services, both medical and personal care to people who are unable to live independently. We'll get into that in a little bit, this continuum of care, which really ranges from independent living to memory care and personal care homes. There are fits for just about everyone, and hopefully for every budget as well. And then lastly, we'll also get into in types of care, hospice versus palliative, hospice and palliative. Like palliative care, hospice provides comprehensive comfort care as well as support for the family, but in hospice, attempts to cure the illness are stopped. And we'll get into that in just a little bit. It's important to remember, especially for these two, that these are choices that can be hard to talk about. They feel very complex and complicated, but it is important to consider all of your choices when you're making a care plan. Remember that knowing your choices doesn't mean you have to make that choice right then, or that the choice you make today doesn't have to be the choice that you make in 6 months or a year. And so that's something that you really have to think about. Learning this information does not mean that you are starting to entertain the idea or that you have to make this choice today. All choices are really about when you're ready and when it's the right time for the person in your life. Okay, so the continuum of care is what we call these the types of facilities that range for individuals Parkinson's diagnosis or not. So starting of course thinking about like single family homes, living at home, staying at home. Some folks then make the choice to move to independent living, senior specific apartments, 50 plus apartments, condos. This is different, of course, from the family home. You're independent in your dwelling, whether it's an apartment or a condo or a townhome. Typically, though, they have options available for maybe access to dining or to entertainment. Perhaps there's some kind of ride service. Perhaps there is exercise groups in these complexes. They can be a good fit for folks who are not quite ready for assisted living, who don't want or need that level of assistance or care yet, but want to downsize or limit the need to care for a single family dwelling space. And of course, you can also move with your spouse, and it would be a private pay option. Assisted living facilities are suitable for individuals who need a little additional care, perhaps some medication assistance or some meals provided with dining rooms, medication reminders, hair salons, rides available to grocery stores. This is a good fit for a lot of individuals who need or want more socialization, more community, more assistance. Don't necessarily want to live in an independent living complex, need that extra level of care and that extra level of support as a caregiver, but are still willing and able to live at least partially independently. These also are private pay. So skilled nursing facilities offer medical care with licensed health professionals, so nurses, physical, speech, and occupational therapists, doctors, but they are for individuals who no longer have acute and immediate medical needs. They still require a level of medical care, but a hospital is no longer the right fit. And so that is when you move into a skilled nursing facility to continue an IV treatment, to regain strength after a health incident. A skilled nursing facility is a great step for many people as you try and make choices about where your next steps are. Maybe that's a rehabilitation facility, maybe that is something like an assisted living facility, or maybe it's we're going to work on transforming our home into a more secure place to provide that support for the individual once they are out of the skilled nursing facility. Speaking of rehabilitation facilities, inpatient rehab programs mean that someone is going to be undergoing intensive rehabilitation therapy, working with therapists for at least 3 hours a day. And what kind of therapy, that really depends on your situation. Do you need physical or occupational or speech therapy? This is something that is often, as someone transitions either from a hospital stay or from a skilled nursing facility stay. And this is an intensive program. Someone is going to have a level of motivation and strength to be able to maintain that level of therapy over the course of several days or even several weeks. So it's a decision that you'll come to with your care team. There are also memory care units. Memory care units are designed to provide safe and structured environments to those who have memory care issues such as dementia. In memory care, of course, safety is key. We want to be cognizant of people's memory issues, of safety concerns related to those memory issues. This can be complicated for those with Parkinson's disease. We know that Parkinson's disease dementia is not always the same as other dementias, and so it can be something that individuals feel a little concerned about, a complicated decision. But again, acknowledging someone's ability to assess their own safety, your ability to manage that safety is really key to helping make those choices. And personal care homes. Personal care homes provide seniors with board and care in the comfort of residential homes, so single family dwellings in neighborhoods. There might be some in your neighborhoods that you're unaware of. This is when a business transforms a home, a neighborhood home, into a residence for individuals who need a level of care. They bring in nurses or personal caregivers. They provide meals, medications, managing those medications, and it is a much smaller, homier dwelling than some of these larger facilities. They're becoming more and more popular throughout the country, and especially here in Houston. Hospice versus palliative. This is a difficult one, and we get lots of questions about this. Parkinson's disease is a diagnosis that allows for hospice and palliative care to be provided. It is something that you need a physician to help you reach a decision on. It is something that you need to talk about with your care team. But let's talk a little bit about what hospice versus palliative means. Okay, so palliative care is sometimes called comfort care, and palliative care can be administered or prescribed for individuals before end of life. Hospice is traditionally begun when someone approaches end of life and is evaluated every 6 months. Palliative care can be done well before then. In palliative care, treatment that might cure a serious illness can continue. not the case necessarily here. We know Parkinson's disease does not have a cure, but for example, someone with cancer would be able to continue chemotherapy. Palliative focuses on providing relief from symptoms and stress of the illness. So again, that comfort management, helping someone's environment transform into a calmer, less stressful environment, helping with the professionals, nurses, the palliative care team, providing assistance for you as the caregiver, supplies, medications, 24-hour communication to be of assistance to you and to provide that comfort and care. And in palliative care, the goal is to improve quality of life and provide extra supports. And I want to note that improve quality of life means your quality of life as well. As the caregiver, your stress, your management of your own emotional and physical health is paramount to the whole scenario. And so it is absolutely to provide support for you as well. In hospice, hospice can be in a home or a facility or a hospice-specific facility. There are a few here in Houston. In hospice, curative medicines are stopped, but Parkinson's medications can continue as they provide symptom management and can provide that level of comfort and ease in hospice. Hospice also addresses symptom management, quality of life, and coordination of care. This is about support. This is about managing someone's comfort level. This is about helping to ease transitions towards end of life. It's not an easy conversation to have. It's not something that people even begin to discuss lightly. This is a serious conversation and one that I encourage you to talk about with your support team, with family, with friends, with your physician, with anyone else who is a part of your support system. Here at HAPS, we are happy to talk to you about this and why this may or may not be a good option for you. As a caregiver, you may have to confront your guilt over having this conversation or worry about how the person with Parkinson's in your life might approach this conversation. Perhaps you're dealing with apathy in the person with Parkinson's and unsure how to take next steps as you address these questions. These conflicting emotions are normal and something that needs to be worked through conversation and through thought and through education so that you can make those empowered choices. Again, this is about finding support. This is about finding respite, and this is about finding assistance in this journey. And hopefully these options will be available to you if you want them and need them. So having gone through some of that, types of care, types of facilities, hospice and palliative, and then you have to start thinking, okay, well, we've learned a little bit today, but in the future, you have to start thinking to yourself, if I'm asking these difficult questions, who has the answers? And so take it step by step. What are you noticing? Has something changed? Can you describe it? Are these small changes impacting your daily life? Are they impacting your relationship? Are they impacting physical safety? Are they impacting your emotional health? Are they impacting the person with Parkinson's emotional health? How is that managing your stress levels? How is that impacting your home? I just asked a whole bunch of questions that I do not expect anyone to have the answers to right now, but this is food for thought. When you start noticing something that is different, something that is noticeable and concerning, how do you then move forward on how you can make this a part of the discussion with your physician, with your family, with yourself, and with your partner? So then you've noticed something, you're observing it. Can you describe the situation? What do you see? Use accurate wording. For example, instead of telling someone, well, we're having a hard time at night, perhaps you need to say someone is falling every night when they get out of bed to go to the bathroom. That provides more description and provides more accuracy in describing the situation, helping individuals understand more of what you are going through, so that you can then enlist their expertise or their relationships with you, leverage that, so that they can perhaps help you and guide you and provide you some assistance in reaching decisions as well. Also, be very honest. Be honest with yourself about what you are seeing. Be honest with yourself about your own boundaries. Be honest with yourself about your physical and emotional limits, and about your partner's physical and emotional limits. This will absolutely help you understand what might be the best path. And honesty within yourself is really key to getting the care and being able to make the decisions that will help you navigate your path in the future. So now you've noticed things, you've observed them, you're still asking yourself the question, you have to decide. Don't be surprised when you are the one who has the answer. Yes, talk to your physician. Yes, talk to your family. Yes, talk to your children. Talk to your friends. Talk to me or Kathleen or Maggie or anyone here at HAPS. We are always happy to help you navigate some of these conversations and these choices. But ultimately, you have the answer. Listen to your heart. Listen to your mind. Listen to your gut. Really try and evaluate honestly. If someone came to you in your situation and asked for advice, what would you tell them? Now give yourself your own advice. We've learned, we've asked questions, we've made some decisions, and now we have to move forward. And this is, I think, a really great quote from Eleanor Roosevelt. You gain strength, courage, and confidence by every experience in which you really stop to look fear in the face. You must do the things which you think you cannot do. Difficult choices are difficult. They aren't easy by definition. When we embrace those choices, though, when we embrace those decisions and don't run from them, what we really find then is that we are allowing ourselves to enter into a more fruitful and peaceful relationship with those in our lives. Having those decisions, having those conversations, making those decisions can be something that is complicated and complex, but it really does free you in a way from managing all of your choices. Once you have made a decision, you can move forward in navigating that path. I do also want to say decisions are not good or bad. They are not all positive or all negative. They are right for right now. And that is very important. Not every decision has to be something that you can't take back. Not every decision has to be something that you can't later change course. Maybe you start in independent living and move to assisted living. You're not saying you're going to be independent living independent living for forever. Maybe you say, we want to hire a professional caregiver right now, and if I feel better, we will not engage them later this year. That is something that I think is absolutely something important to remember. Your choices are your choices for right now. Does this help you? It helps me. It helps me to know sometimes that I am not alone in something. And so I wanted to point out that 6.57 million Americans are family caregivers. That's 29% of the adult population. You are not alone. You are not alone in our community. In our community, we find shared experiences, strengths, support. And this is something that I hope that you capitalize on, especially the support aspect. We are here to support you. We offer support groups on a monthly basis led by licensed master's level social workers. That would be me and Kathleen. Currently they are via Zoom, and we are always here to provide support via information and referral on the phone, via email, through text. We are exceedingly available to you to help you manage these decisions and these choices, and of course always to help you learn more about what is available to you. And finally, I want to say in November, in National Caregiver Awareness Month, how proud I am of you, how impressed I am by all of you as caregivers and the work that you do. We know that the work that you are doing as caregivers is immeasurable and so valuable, and thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Celeste. That was wonderful information. You've had lots of great comments put in the chat area. So if you want to take a look at those, high praises, good marks. Thank you for the information. And I am going to introduce our next speaker, who is Christine Salinas. I'm going to be promoting her to a panelist. So she should be joining us in just a moment. And then we will get started with this upcoming topic, which is driving with Parkinson's, preparing for today and tomorrow. So give us just a second. She should be joining. She is. Okay, Christine, we can see your presentation. If you would start your, there we go. And and maybe you're still muted, so you'll have to unmute. There we go. We gotcha. Okay, good. Thank you for joining us.
Thanks so much, ladies.
Christine Salinas is, I'm reading from her bio, says that she is a Houston girl through and through. She earned her bachelor's in health science from University of Houston and went on to pursue her master's of occupational therapy from Texas Women's University. Spent some time out of Texas, came back to Texas, is now working with Stromat Rehabilitation Services, something that probably a lot of folks are familiar. Celeste and I refer to Stromat a lot as we're discussing some of these challenges related to driving. And so I don't want to take any more time away from your presentation, so I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to you, and then I will rejoin you in about 30 minutes. So awesome. Thank you, Christine, for being here. And it's all yours now.
Yes, ma'am. My pleasure. My pleasure. So again, my name is Christine Salinas, and I'm an occupational therapist first here at Stromat Rehab, and I actually specialize in driver rehabilitation. So again, thank you for having us. I hope in this presentation that I come off hopefully just as a conversation, because this is a conversation that I have had with so many family members, caregivers, husbands, wives, daughters, and sons alike. So I hope that after this presentation, I have addressed or at least given a little bit of insight into what driver rehab can mean for a individual diagnosed with Parkinson's at the beginning, middle, and late stages. So without wasting any more time, I'd like to go ahead and help you do a little bit more information on planning for today, whatever that today may look like, and planning for tomorrow, which we know is on its way. So I always like to start what driving means. Driving is such a monumental responsibility, but it brings so much joy and necessity to the lives of course, our clients. So driving to so many people means just productivity, working, volunteering, however it is that they're choosing to spend their time, be it social engagements, hobbies that they've found, and important medical necessities, my doctor's visits, getting to CVS and Walgreens for my pharmacy refills, my self-care, my grocery shopping, my grooming, my haircuts, my nail appointments. There's so much tied to the independence that driving brings. Here at Stromat and driver rehabs alike, we take it like a very big responsibility, excuse me. It's very big to us. It's a big matter of our heart, because it's not something that we take lightly, because we can understand what the independence is tied to. Ultimately, for an individual who has been driving for 50, 60, 70 years of their life, it makes up a large quality of life for that individual. So just as much as we talk about the driver rehab process, I love to talk about, what happens when that privilege is revoked, what happens when we start to change and as we start to realize that our driving privileges may need to be modified in some sort or eventually lead to driver cessation. I had to jump online and get a few more stats, but between Johns Hopkins and Parkinson's News today, I just got reminded that the most common diagnosis happens at about 60 with an average age of 62 and a young onset age of between 40 to 50. So these are still very, very productive decades of lives when there's still very, very big things going on in people's lives. So driving, again, ties that to so much important things for somebody. So when we talk about driver rehab, I promise you we won't take it lightly. Some more interesting facts and studies: as our population ages with boomers and everyone else, we get a lot more statistics. And now with Parkinson's, we see that we have nearly 1 million currently living with Parkinson's in 2020, which is now. That's combined to overshadow multiple sclerosis, muscular dystrophy, and ALS. So a lot of big things that impact driving. Parkinson's is beginning to outnumber those individuals. So it's a very big population that I think a lot of attention needs to be paid to. Approximately 60,000 each year with the new diagnoses, 1.2 by 2030. So the numbers are growing, vastly growing. So it has a big impact in what we do here at Stromat. And so it's really starting to help us begin to shape and change the way we see these drivers and what they may bring to us in forms of problems, any possible remedies, and eventually how we're going to talk about the driver retirement process. With Parkinson's, driving is an overlearned task. You have someone who's been driving for 50 years. It's very operational. I turn the steering wheel, I use a blinker, I hit the brakes, I hit the accelerator. It's overlearned, and it's something that we all can probably do in our sleep to some degree. But it's very, very cool that Neurology Today, about 2 years ago, they had a study, and they found that the odds of failing an on-road driving test, meaning with a person like myself at a driver rehab company or the Texas Department of Public Safety, or the depending on what area you're in, Parkinson's patients had 2.5 times greater odds of failing their driver simulating test, and they were 6 times greater of actually having a crash with the simulator or actually just failing the on-road driving test, be it for a technicality. So they actually decided to dig into that as to see why that might be. The fact of the matter is, a Parkinson patient is no more likely to report a crash than myself or any other controlled group that we might look like. The difference is underreporting. They have come to theorize that it may be that a Parkinson patient has simply either stopped driving on their own, or they compensate for any deficits that they begin to recognize with their safety awareness, and they're sticking to familiar routes. And that, of course, will make it less likely for them to get in an accident. They are usually in a very, very small radius, 5 to 10 miles. I may take 1 to 2 errands a day. And so my odds of getting into an accident in real life are, of course, much, much less than if I were to go take a formal driving test. So here we try to take all that into account so we can actually try to see what's the real issue and can this driver be prolonged with the privilege. So for driver rehab, our biggest concerns as they relate to Parkinson's, of course, is how complex of a task driving is. There's so many facets, and I would like to argue with a lot of people in saying that driving is probably the most complex task that you do in a day. The amount of things that you multitask, the amount of things that happen in 1 second in a dynamic driving environment far exceeds so many things you'll do in a day. So of course, when it comes to driving and that task, we want to look at the motor and the non-motor component as well. So when we talk about motor, that's simply your movement. What are those movement symptoms? We all know the hallmark symptoms of Parkinson's: your tremors, bradykinesia, your slowing of the movements, your rigidity, and your postural instability. When you have those involuntary movements, that affects your steering control, your ability to get to the accelerator and the brake. When we talk about your bradykinesia, that slowness, of course, we feel that the biggest impact is going to be your reaction time, your ability to actually physically react to something that has happened in the road and move the car, complete a maneuver, execute a quick brake as quickly as you would need to hopefully prevent something from happening. The rigidity, that component often affects your mirror use. How can I get to my side mirrors? Is my rigidity affecting my ability to move or turn and see, open up the periphery of my view to hopefully see other dynamic potential hazards? Postural instability. What does our gait look like? How well are we moving? How well are we getting in and out of the vehicle? Things like that. So general movement symptoms is always the biggest thing that we'll see and be of concern of. Now, the great science today has given us so many great medications to help subside with the movement symptoms. So our next biggest challenge and our next biggest level of insight comes in those cognitive changes we see. How's our executive function? I want to know, how is our thinking patterns? How is our judgment, our problem solving abilities? Do we have any language changes? Visual spatial processing. Do I know where myself is? Do I know where my car is out in this big environment? How well can I concentrate, sustain my attention, and memory difficulties? And as far as that goes with route planning, do I remember what I'm going for, where I'm going to, and how to get back to where I've come from? Another biggie is vision changes. With Parkinson's disease, you see a much larger deficit in your contrast sensitivity as you age. So with that, that's your nighttime driving, your fall at times like this, when fall reaches us at about 5:30, 6 o'clock. It's not technically nighttime, but the visual changes in our environment make it much harder for someone with contrast sensitivity difficulties to make out those nuances of the roads, of pedestrians, of other things against very, very dark and low lit areas. Vision changes that include our visual scanning abilities. Our ocular motor movements may slow. So how well am I actually going out and getting the information with my eyes to be able to interpret and then act accordingly? And then lastly, your medication side effects. Peaks and valleys. How long do your medications last in between your next dosage? How long do you feel your maximum performance will last if you were to be behind the wheel? How long do those valleys last? Poor sleep patterns that can equate to drowsiness behind the wheel. It can affect your vision. You may have blurred vision, sometimes even double vision. You're tired, so sometimes confusion, dizziness, just things behind the wheels that are contraindicated of you operating a motor vehicle. So those are the biggest concerns when we talk about seeing our Parkinson patients, because this is what we most likely begin to see, although it changes from person to person. This is the big scope. So as we get to know this person individually, we want to know which one of these symptoms or how many or how great those deficits have become as we get to know them and see them in preparing for their driving abilities. Okay, so caregivers, what can you do? You can do so much. When we see someone here for a driver evaluation, we actually depend on the caregiver just as much as we confront the client and their driving performance. So what can you do as a caregiver? Honestly, the hardest part really is to begin to talk about the inevitable. If it's possible, it's a very, very tough conversation. It's often very emotionally charged. It's a very, very important decision that brings anger, brings grief, can bring depression. So if possible, whenever and however that can be broached, planning in advance, it makes a world of difference. Just to let someone know that there's a concern, or eventually as things start to change, the sooner we get to maybe know these things, maybe the better of a chance we have to kind of let it settle and then again begin to accept certain things as they come. So talking about it, planning in advance is a really great way. It's a very hard way, but it really, really does, as I've seen it play out, help as this inevitable process kind of begins to turn. You're our biggest ally. Look for subtle changes. You are with this person so much more than the rest of us, be it doctors, therapists, and such. So if you look for the changes, where are they? We know the typical progression isn't always the rule, but it's pretty standard. We know the stages. For me, stages 2 and 3 is typically where we see the red flags. Between stages 2 and 3, that's where you're most likely getting some sort of diagnosis or some sort of feeling or knowledge base that something just is different. So 2 and 3 is when we start to have difficulties with our activities of daily living, our independent activities. So we may begin to see that they need assistance with things that they ordinarily did not. 2 and 3 is a very, very big threshold for us because that'll give some telltale signs. Again, those red flags are what we begin to look for. Assistance in medication and maintenance. So what can you do? Ensure that all medications are being managed, they're up to date, they're being taken when they should, diet and nutrition is handled, exercise, because all of those, of course, with the domino effect, can keep someone at their highest optimal performance. And lastly, what can you do? You can drive with them. Honest input from a trusted family member or friend is very valuable. It can lend albeit tough, but the criticism or absence thereof can really, really tell that driver a lot. It can really assist in the awareness process. It's very hard to know what you don't know, like we say so much. So in driving with them and offering some honest input is very, very useful in kind of letting them know, like, oh, wow, I didn't know that was a problem. I didn't notice I was swerving in my lane or weaving left to right, or I didn't notice that I didn't see that pedestrian on that curb. So again, to help them know things that they didn't know is a great thing. So if safe and you feel comfortable, driving with them is an awesome way to go. You're looking for slow driving, missing traffic signals, failure to execute turns, basic things, not being able to stay in their lane, or just being a horrible parker. Those are often little red flags that you in yourself can actually witness and kind of attest to when we need that. So how do you know when it's time? Those red flags: requiring assistance with activities of daily living. I'm not maybe cooking for myself anymore. I'm not handling my medications or my finances. Those are big things that we look for. You might see dings on the car. Getting lost. You might not always know that someone has gotten lost. So you might look for they didn't show up at all, or they showed up but showed up really, really late. Attention problems, memory problems, those significant valleys or off periods. And you just have general concern. Family concern is more than enough to warrant an evaluation of some sort. Crashes or near misses. You may not be present, so you may not know about these unless, a citation or a ticket happened. So here's your red flags, probably stages 2 through 3. Now what? Is it time to retire? Or is it at time, very least, you should be considering a comprehensive driver evaluation? So when you are looking at a driver evaluation, you're looking to come to a DRS like myself, a driving rehab specialist. That's because you're most likely interested in helping this individual prolong that driving privilege. So here, we're gonna aid in identifying safety concerns. We're gonna talk about those legal requirements. We're gonna test, screen, do some research-based testing, strength, range of motion, visual processing speeds, attention, concentration, orientation. And lastly, the gold standard, we're going to provide an objective observation of behind the wheel performance. So we want to drive in unfamiliar areas, familiar areas. We may propose radius restrictions. We want to see residential driving, city driving, freeway and highway driving, night driving, if that's something that is still desired, and then rush hour. Let's see what driving looks like in the real world with hundreds of cars, speeding, honking, lots of pedestrians and cyclists around. So we definitely want to see those dynamic factors play out behind the wheel. So after that, we sit down and we candidly talk about, is there a viable, safe solution to what we're seeing? If it's something small, can we train it? And if it's not, can we talk about some retirement or a transition towards it? So if you feel that you have seen some of those red flags, or you just have a general concern and you can't put a finger on it, it's okay. All you simply have to do is really prepare for an evaluation. You're going to tell your doctor, voice these concerns to your physician, and you'll get a referral. to have someone objectively observe this person behind the wheel. With that, we want to know what's going on. If there's any recent eye exam, any neuro testing, anything that can help build the case just to get to know them and their medical history a little bit better, we want to see it. And of course, if you have a license, we can get behind that wheel. So once you do that, you can expect 2.5 to 4 hours. It is a long day, but it's as thorough as we can make it. From that day, we might want to do some possible follow-up training, possible equipment recommendations, probably a DPS visit to clarify with the state of Texas and reissue a license that they can retain that privilege. And then what to expect, we have vehicles that can, maybe about 6 different vehicles in our fleet, so we can as closely match to what that person comfortably drives. And if there is any equipment that we would like to trial, we'll have that available for that person. We do have to use our vehicles because we have instructor breaks should something go awry on the road. So that's pretty much what you expect in preparing for an evaluation. So know that that's how you get here, and we have everything after that. So once you get here, we handle everything else. So clinical evaluation, we're going to look at them medically, eye examination, some cognitive and perceptual testing, physical assessment, and then ultimately that behind the wheel evaluation if we deem it necessary. If everything else looks okay, we're going to go ahead and get behind that wheel. Cognitive things, we're looking very, very deeply into scanning, divided attention, basic language and sign identifications, map reading for orientation purposes, visual perceptual skills, decision-making, defensive skills. So it's a big list of tests that we're going to complete that tell us a lot about that individual and where they are cognitively. Here I just threw in a sample. This looks super, super easy, but it is very, very complex to someone who may have visual spatial issues. So this is just a sample of some items that we look at here. Very, very busy background. I'm going to ask a person to scan in a certain manner. I'm going to time that, and research will let me know how close we are to probably having a higher percentage crash risk based on something so simple, but something that extrapolates a lot of information from an individual. Here's some orientation map reading items, just problem solving. Signs, we know these, but sometimes as we lose some of it cognitively, we may not know them as well as we should. Physical assessment, I'm going to see everything about that person. I want to see you move in every way. Those are for my own purposes to see how safe you are if you are out in the community independently. So we have to make sure that you are there, you are out there alone, and you are able to do everything it is you need to do, whether it is to make sure your cane or walker can be put in the back seat and you can make it to your front seat, and everything else you need to be able to have to operate the vehicle. So behind the wheel, we're going to do it all, from nice simple tasks to the complex you drive me here in route plan, 2 to 3 step directions. We're usually behind the wheel for anywhere from 1.5 hours to 2 if there are concerns that need to really, really be looked at further. So the behind the wheel is basically a culmination of the physical and cognitive skills that person has. So our driver rehab role, we want to optimize driver safety for today. So the today part is easing the transition. Can we help in eliminating distractions? Can we help with having this individual self-restrict if we see that there are weaknesses in certain areas? Can we help by providing familiar routes or GPS assistance? Can we help by just giving them better posture and stretching behind the wheel to physically motivate their body to be able to do what it is they need to do? Can we help with the self-awareness? Again, helping them to see if we're fatigued, if making better decisions with responsibility. If I know today isn't a good day, I'm just having a bad day, I don't need to be out there. Can we just provide simple refreshers? No, those bad habits, rolling stops, things that just are unnecessary, that make us bad drivers, that just come as we honestly have been driving so long, we tend to ignore those really, really important new driver steps in making complete stops and using our signals and things like that. Additionally, can we identify adaptive equipment, propose more formal restriction? Can we assist in advocating for their licensure if it's need be, if we decided that is something that we want to pursue? And lastly, assist in the decision for driver retirement. Do we want to talk about how we can help surrendering the license? identifying community and private resources for continuing their driving desires. So things to remember: a diagnosis of Parkinson's in itself isn't an automatic reason to stop driving. There are so many years after an initial diagnosis that is still so drive worthy, still so safe. But we know that we have to always keep an eye on when that day comes that it is not so safe. So at any point when that happens, you can discuss those concerns with your physician. And everyone's different, so the progression isn't going to be the same, and the deficits will be different for each person. But it's important to know that comorbidities, other things that are going on with them, that matters. That may either make things better or kind of actually speed up that transition to retirement of driving. Driving is an overlearned task, so those foundation skills are honed. They will always be able to turn that steering wheel and use that blinker. So those aren't the sole indicators we look for. We look for a lot of those things that you can't touch or see to help us get to a point to where we may decide that retirement might need to be discussed. If you come to the point where you get a refusal to stop driving, some things that you can do is alert their physician. There is a physician form that your doctor can access that will alert the DPS to a person who may have been deemed unsafe or unfit to drive, who is refusing to do so. So there is a step that can be taken a little bit further to keep them protected, as well as, of course, the other people out on the road. Contacting your local DPS to give them this information. They can then do something similar to that physician and just get this person something in the mail that may require a hearing for their licensing, and handle it that way. Hiding the keys. I have many people families say that they've hidden the keys, disabled the car, or sold the car completely, or at least moved it away from that loved one's home. So if retirement is ever the end result, when that day happens, life cannot stop. So we always want to focus on continued mobility via alternative sources: family, church members, friends, lots of ride sharing programs these days, public transportation, private companies, volunteer driver programs. If you seek alternative sources for mobility, you want to know about the curb to curb, door to door, or door through door options. Curb to curb, I pick you up outside, I drop you off outside of where you're going. Door to door, I will pick you up from your door, I will not leave your side until you enter the door of the place I'm supposed to drop you. Door through door, I'm going to come in, I will escort you, and I will escort you into, of course, the destination that has been set for us. So you want to talk about how much oversight or assistance that person may continue to need if you use programs like that. So key considerations in those, of course, is your loved one eligible? What's the affordability and accessibility in whatever area that they may be living in? If you find that your loved one, their mobility is changing, I always love to let people know there are plenty of transport options. Transport options being things that can help you get their scooter, wheelchair, rolling walker, get them into the vehicle. There are lots of transport equipment that can be fitted into a primary vehicle or others to aid you in helping that person continue to get out and about in the world, even if they're not a driver. So I just put a couple pictures here. These are really, really cool transport options that help the caregiver be able to safely store any mobility devices. And again, as you can see on the top left, even help you get someone in and out of the vehicle with ease these days. So how to reach us? There are DRSs. I'll give you one resource page after this, but I'm at Stromat Rehab. There are a team of 4 occupational therapists who do this day in and day out. This is our passion. This is our life. We have the tough conversations. We don't enjoy them, but we do them because they're needed. So we're here. Here's our address. Here's our phone number. If you ever just need to call and ask a question, if you ever just want to call and ask a therapist about something you're seeing to know if it's time to come in, feel free. We conduct assessments in our office, of course, here at the address above. And we even come to someone, we can even come to your home and conduct assessments there. Here's the resources I promised. I highlighted 2 because I really, really thought they were really, really great information. You'll see here with the AARP, they host a We Need to Talk seminar. So it helps caregivers and loved ones be able to present the topic of maybe driver retirement or driver modification. And here, the second one is the ADID. In that, you can actually put in your city and zip, and it will help you find certified driver rehab specialists in your area if you are interested in seeing that person for an evaluation. These other ones are just as great, but those two that I highlighted, I thought were really, really great to get the conversation started and to find a resource that's near you to actually have someone to help you through the process.
Racist. Oh, I got to.
Okay, there, I'm sorry, there you go.
There we go. All right. Thank you, Christine.
Thank you.
Fabulous. Tons of good information here. Just really fantastic and thorough. And I really appreciate how specific to Parkinson's you were able to make this. So I think that this is a topic that kind of haunts people because they don't know how to address it. They don't know when to address it. And so I really appreciate you spending time with us on this Saturday and making sure that people understand this topic better. So thank you so much for that. We appreciate having you join us and hopefully look forward to talking with you again soon. So thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
At this time, we are going to take a very quick 10-minute break. So we will go to a break. You can leave your computers running. We'll be back up at 2:10. We'll be starting at 2:10 with Maggie Abbott, who is our Director of Outreach, and she will be going through a lot of the questions that you all have already submitted for us today. So we will see you in 10 minutes. Thanks so much. Okay, welcome back. Thank you everyone for taking that brief break, getting up, moving around, and then rejoining us. We know it's been a long day. Almost nearly everyone has hung in the entire day, so that is great. We're pleased to have you for these last two sessions. I'm excited to introduce Maggie Abbott to you. She's a doctor of physical therapy. She's also the HAPS Director of Outreach. She first joined HAPS in 2016 working as one of our exercise instructors, facilitating groups for us, and then started last year full-time as our Director of Outreach. So she has been very involved in developing and putting together our 8-county roadshow, which is now kind of our virtual roadshow until we can get back out into the counties. She's also been working a lot with various entities around Houston, kind of getting us connected with Texas Women's and UT, the medical students there, putting together new and different programs with HAPS. So we appreciate that, but we're excited to have her here today to do kind of basically an Ask the Expert, ask the physical therapist session. And we have a lot of questions, Maggie. So I think we just kind of jump in so that we can try to get to as many of them as possible. So let me start with this, which I think might be kind of a more natural place to start, which is my doctor hasn't said anything about physical therapy. So what is physical therapy and what does a physical therapist do?
Excellent first question. Thank you for having me. I'm glad to be here with you guys. So what is physical therapy and what does a physical therapist do? Physical therapists are licensed professionals who are movement experts. What we do is, in general, we try to help improve the quality of life for someone through evaluating their needs. We prescribe exercise, we use hands-on work, a lot of patient education involved in our evaluating to treatment, to discharge, or to see you in a month. Physical therapist's role is to look at the patient or the patient and their family, discern what those person's needs are. So we look for weakness, we look for balance issues. If it's specific to Parkinson's, we're going to look for coordination issues, any delays in movement, any issues with dual task problems. So we have lots of tests and measures that we put someone through to see where are they in terms of strength. And then based on what we find, it's our job to then think and come up with the best exercises, the best education, the best home exercise plan for you and your family, to carry out that, to start motor planning, start the process of waking up the basal ganglia to then, you know, have positive outcomes. So our goal is to help someone individually. Physical therapists are very expert, or they're very experienced clinicians. So we have a doctorate level of education, and we are licensed by the state. Physical, occupational, speech therapists, we're all licensed by the state. So we have to keep certain ethical standards. We are held to certain continuing education standards, and we as physical therapists have all gotten our doctorate level degree, clinical doctorate, a DPT, which means that kind of denotes that expert level. So much more, we kind of do everything. But in terms of Parkinson's specific work, we can really help someone hone in on what are the problems you know about, what are the problems you don't know about yet. Let's catch some of those problems that we think might come down the line, and let's get you moving.
Okay, great. So that's a pretty thorough explanation of what physical therapy is. How does that differ? And obviously we just heard from Christine, who is an occupational therapist. And so in that setting, it's very clear to understand how physical therapy and occupational therapy might be different. But can you explain in a setting where people might have more exposure, or might be more familiar with an occupational therapist, how those two disciplines are different?
Yeah, great question. So I can speak to outpatient clinic and a home health environment. I've worked in home health and an acute care environment. You know, PT and OT have very different roles depending on what the environment is. So in an outpatient clinic, you might see a physical therapist working with someone on machines or doing big movements, doing some hands-on balance training. And perhaps you'd notice that there's an occupational therapist sitting and doing hand exercises with someone. OTs can be just as specialized as PTs can be. So we can have very specialized, like hand specialist is something that occupational therapists tend to do more than PTs. PTs can also be hand specialists, but in general terms, a physical therapist is going to look at bigger motor issues. So bigger processes like walking, bigger like strength issues, how is the brain connecting to the body in various environments, various situations. Occupational therapy also focuses on strength and brain-body connection. We overlap a ton in those areas, but occupational therapy can also work on fine motor tasks. They're trained to do that more than physical therapists are. They also tie in their training and their treatment. Occupational therapy is going to look like dressing and bathing and doing things that you have to do during the day. So ADLs, activities of daily living. PT, kind of big picture. OT will hone in on that. They also work more than PTs do. They can work on some cognitive work. So behavioral modification work, they have a little bit more specialty in that area too.
All right, great, thank you. All right, this person says, my husband is leaning to the right, which throws off his balance. Is there a good exercise to shift him back center?
Great question. So, and I imagine fatigue might play into that too, like leaning to the right, maybe falling asleep a little bit, or just in general, someone's in one spot and then leaning to the right. there can be different reasons that people lean. Some can be musculoskeletal, some can be neurological related, not related to Parkinson's. And then others, I imagine with Parkinson's, it's going to be a combination of multiple things probably happening. I can't speak exactly to what's going on, right? That's not my job here, but the answer is I'd recommend you get a physical therapy evaluation. Chances are what's happening is that, say that the dominant side where the Parkinson's presented first, which is usually arm first, then leg on that same side, crossing over to arm, then leg. Not everybody's works that way, but the core between whenever one side of the body is affected by Parkinson's, there's a massive imbalance then in core strength. So over time, as a disease progresses, as generally weakness gets more evident, you can notice the core will start to lose its job, or it won't work like it needs to, which is like a back brace holding us up in the center. But perhaps there's some structural issues, like some longer muscles, some shorter muscles, because of how the body can sit in that position over time. Also, leaning is generally just leaning towards the weaker side. It could also be that someone's balance and center of gravity is off. So the brain might think that the center is here more than this is center, which that would make sense for Parkinson's too, because the somatosensory information is not as loud, not as easy to understand for the brain. So someone who could lean to the right, they perhaps don't think they're leaning at all. It is just the brain's going to a comfortable path of least resistance. Our body's always trying to do as little work as possible to stay upright. So a lot of things can be going on. Exercises for that. In general, I'd like you to see a PT to get specific exercises, but it's core work that we all need to do. One of the best ways to work on core strength would be to practice sitting on your couch or sitting on the edge of the bed, and then having someone lean over onto their arm and have that arm start working leaning onto a pillow or something kind of tall, but that leaning over, having come back up to midline. That's a good core workout right there. Leaning over, coming back to midline. You'd wanna go away from the weaker part, and then because you don't wanna reinforce leaning over to the side that is always going that way. Then eventually reaching, leaning down, practicing all the way down, coming all the way back up. But it's harder for us to know how to help our spouse progress. And it's harder for us to know why we need to do the things. So get that PT involved in some way, and I can help you with that too. It's part of my job here.
Great. Okay, when walking with his Parkinson's walker, my husband pushes the walker first, then seems to only be able to take short, jerky steps to catch up to the walker. So suggestions on how to encourage him to walk, not push, and always take wider steps.
Great. I was just reading about if we figure this one out, we can figure out anything. This is a tough one, but I was just reading up about what happens to someone when they're using an assistive device or a walker. And what our evidence tells us is that someone's going to have a shorter step length whenever they're using a walker. So regardless if it's a Parkinson's use step or if it's a metal one or the Walgreens special, we're going to take shorter steps because of that assistive device being present. So what happens whenever people will lean and then catch up to it, or lean the walker, catch up to it, it could be that they're relying on their upper body for a lot of strength or balance, really. So if they're needing to push down and hold themselves on the walker, then that means their posture, their core is weak. It's much harder for that person to just keep the walker close and have a more typical looking gait pattern. So you know the gait's effective, you know that the walker is not necessarily helping the gait or the walking pattern look better. PT is another great answer to kind of work again on making the walking pattern more normal. Something you can do at home is, if your spouse is able to recognize when that's happening, then that's great. If you are the person always recognizing when that's happening, then that's a little tougher. We know that when cueing or trying to tell someone to move a certain way, so if the goal would be, what do I say to him to make him walk better with his walker? You would want to tell him to walk bigger, probably as your first step. We want to make someone with Parkinson's become aware of how they're walking and aware of their movement. If we can help them become aware of their movement, their motor planning is all gonna work a little bit better than us saying step, step, but it's tough. First, it's getting out of that habit and then retraining a more proper habit, turning on music and having someone walk to the music, perhaps taking the walker outside, you know, but when that's happening and they're getting farther away, physical therapists, in 2 or 3 weeks, you would see a big difference with that.
Okay. My husband is having a hard time getting up from a chair, but he is much bigger than me, and I'm afraid that I'm going to hurt myself helping him. What should I do?
Great question. Or he's much bigger than me and I'm doing it anyways, and it's not hurting yet, but it will. So how do you help someone get out of a chair? So you should know that a softer chair is going to add a lot more difficulty for you and your husband to get out. A more firm chair is going to automatically make that easier. So there's number one. If your husband's sitting in a cushiony chair, and especially a cushiony rocking chair, you're going to have to do a lot of work to get that person to the edge of the chair. But step one, getting someone to move to the edge of the chair, and that means that the person with Parkinson's needs to do on their own some of this side to side movement and shift and shimmy their hips towards the edge of the chair. If they can't do any of that, you still try. You try rotational movement before getting up out of the chair. We don't want you to push, or we don't want you to pull, and we especially don't want anyone to hold onto your shoulders while they're trying to come up. So that's what people with Parkinson's can do automatically, is like, all right, you've come in front of me to help me stand up, so I'm going to put my hands here or lock them around your neck. One wrong move that way, you can have a major serious medical problem. So I would recommend getting next to someone if you're going to help them to stand, getting that person to scoot to the edge of the chair. Maybe it takes 20 tries at first, but maybe it takes fewer down the road. And then you want to, in my opinion, you want to use your hand more back here on their low back to help encourage a forward movement, nose over toes. Most of our weight sitting is back here in our hips. So if we're helping by helping push someone or guiding and giving a little bit of that forward push here, it's going to make the hips come up much easier. Gait belt is also a great idea to help someone get out of the chair. Gait belt with handles. So if it's becoming an issue, and it's not just something where you put your hand on their back to help guide them up, guiding someone up is different than you're starting to have to do the work. If you find yourself doing more than 10 or 20% of the work, really, honestly, then it is time to also intervene, get a therapist to come out, strengthening, and get a treatment plan in place. That can improve very quickly.
Okay. Along the lines of the person that was struggling with the left leaning, someone had kind of along those same lines, suggestions for focus while sitting and beginning to slowly slide down in the chair. For example, like maybe while eating, yes, the kind of slipping down, or let's see, well, they just submitted one other question on top of that one, which was one more question, a struggle in getting in bed, especially with a blanket. So I guess more kind of movement related things are you
know, the sliding down in the chair oftentimes is mostly the chair problem, but it's evident then that, you know, the Parkinson's is somewhat progressed to where the core or rigidity is in play. So it's hard for people to get out of that extended position. Our extensor muscles can be just more overpowering than our flexors. So typically that happens whenever we're in a softer chair. It can definitely happen just at a regular kitchen chair, but that's the first thing I would look at as a PT. I would say, what type of chair are you sitting in? Is there proper low back support in that chair? Or is this a chair that, you know, they sit down here, the hips can't go any farther back, but the back of the chair is here. So automatically we're starting at this lower position, much easier than for sliding down. A lot of people, you know, this is something you need to be taught, but if you're needing to learn how to readjust someone, we will put a bed sheet put a bed sheet underneath someone while they sit in their chair, and a therapist can teach you how to use a bed sheet to pull them back up so that they're sitting up more properly. So that sliding, it's really a red flag saying it's time to get possibly some home health in, because if you have specific issues happening in specific places, the best thing we can do for our Parkinson's or our spouse's Parkinson's, our care partner's Parkinson's, is to practice getting in and out of that same environment over and over and over again. If your biggest problems are getting in and out of bed, getting in and out of this chair for meals, or pushing the chair back is hard, or getting on and off the toilet is hard. If you then go to an outpatient clinic to work on that, it's probably not going to translate well at home. We can learn a lot of sit to stand in one environment, then changing the environment, our brain has a whole new big challenge. So having those specific issues as concerns, we have some videos on the HAPS YouTube page about how to get in and out of bed, especially the blanket. I can understand that. Either it's your feet get stuck in it, or it's hard to lift it over, or you're laying on the blanket and can't reposition. But a home health therapist, PT or OT, would be just an excellent resource in that case.
Okay, that kind of leads into a question as you're talking about some of the sit to stand, and someone said, my husband is moving slower than in the past. He's very deliberate when exiting a car, and he takes longer. Are there exercises he can do to help with this?
Yes, and was this a plug? I also just, the last video I put, hopefully this will be helpful. The last video that I made at home, I guess, was a video on how to get in and out of the car. So it's deliberate movement. I hear what you're saying, but technically that's probably an effect of the hypokinesia and an effect of having to turn or change directions. So that actually it's the slowness that comes along with the Parkinson's and the delay in motor planning that's happening. So even though it may look like it's just a deliberate, I'm gonna get out of the car, it's really more of a manifestation of the Parkinson's having a lot of trouble or showing up right there a lot. I would work with people in home health. So again, home health, this is a great one to ask home health PT or OT about. But yes, there are specific exercises and you want to practice them in that car. The video I have, what it breaks it down is, you know, if the issue is getting out of the car and getting in the car, well, then that's where the exercises need to happen. So we have to help that person kind of make them aware of how they're moving so they can realize, oh, I'm moving small, what I need to do is bring my leg from here to all the way down on the ground, give it a stomp so I know I'm all the way down on the ground. Then bring it back in. So getting in out of the car, you can do a lot of the break down the movement and then practice that with a stomp or a big twist, you know, kind of like a enthusiastic way of moving to count your repetitions in. But yes, one leg in, one leg out, doing a turn or doing a edge of the chair shimmy. Same thing getting out of a car. You need to be facing out of the car. It's much harder to go like angled out and up. It's much easier to go from sitting forward as a passenger, turn your body to sit like you're going to exit the car, and then practice the same big lean forward and then standing up. So it does take a lot of breaking it down. PT can definitely help with that. If you want to try it on your own, and if your husband is able to follow your cues, then you would want to say, all right, Maggie said, let's try just putting, you're sitting in the car, start putting one of your legs in, then take it out. Try that 10 times, see if it's any better. If you notice a change, then hooray, you should. But it's really hard for you to know how to do that, cue that, and change that. Definitely can be changed and can improve.
Okay. And just so that people know, that video can be found on our YouTube channel. Anyone can access that by going to our HAPS website, and then up at the top is the icon for the YouTube channel. You can click on that and it'll take you to the page that has all of our videos. So, okay. Next question is related to big therapies. Do you know if big therapies are operating during COVID? And if so, what's the best way to find a class?
Excellent question. Every clinic is different around here. So I was just on a Memorial Hermann website for their therapy. They are doing telehealth. I imagine the bigger chains we have will be able to have telehealth options. Smaller clinics may not. Can big therapy be done over telehealth? I don't see why it couldn't be tried, but that's going to be the decision between the evaluating therapist and their treatment to determine if it needs to be done in person or not. Also, it doesn't mean that like a more traditional therapy or bout of therapy wouldn't help. So if the big program can't really work over telehealth and you and your therapist decide that it's not going to work, if you're not willing to go into the clinic, most have really, like, they're strict in following protocols. They've got smaller amount of patients, and the clinic, the seating area is spread out. So they're following rules too. And it's just going to depend clinic to clinic. If you're not sure where to find an LSVT clinician, their website is lsvtglobal.com, or you can shoot me an email, abbott@hapsonline.com, and I can kind of help point you in the right direction to find that therapist. But big and loud therapy is highly recommended. It also doesn't mean that other types of therapy interventions wouldn't, you see a ton of gains with other types of therapy interventions. Better to do that and try and see how it goes than to do nothing.
Yeah. And that's abbott@hapsonline.org. So if anyone wants to reach out to Maggie, you can. We only have about 5 minutes left, believe it or not. This next question is, my Parkinson's person has lost some muscle mass, and because of weaker calf muscles is having low blood pressure issues. Is there something he can do to increase muscle mass in his lower legs?
Yes. The way we increase muscle mass is by doing resistance training. So again, under the guidance of a therapist who can look and see exactly where the weakness is, because the calf is not just one muscle, it's the gastroc that crosses behind the knee, and then the soleus, soleus, that goes from the tibia, bottom part of the leg, down to the ankle. Besides that, is there issue with the glutes and your hips? Is it a core issue? There's just a lot that needs to be evaluated to determine what the weakness is. How we build muscle mass is we strain those muscles in a good way. So we add resistance to them, squats, heel lifts, variations on those on different surfaces with extra weight. Whenever we challenge the muscle, then the muscle is going to have to build itself. So it just depends how we're challenging it. And that takes the expert guidance to say you're doing it the right way.
Okay, great. I don't know if there's a quick way that you can address several questions that I'm kind of lumping together about either because of COVID or just because of 1,000 reasons, they can't get their spouse motivated to exercise. Is there anything that you can suggest that they might be able to do to help provide that motivation?
Yeah, this is a really big challenge. You're not alone in this. And perhaps you were coming to a HAPS class in person, and just the act of the routine, getting out, seeing people, it was not a challenge necessarily, but now you're noticing a big change in mobility and strength at home. So the good news is that although we can lose muscle mass pretty quick, being sedentary, it can take 4 to 6, 8 weeks to really build back a lot of what we lost. So it's not like exercise programs will need to take a year to get back to where we were or to get more functional. It's just we have to stick with something that is working for about 4, 6, 8 weeks to start noticing those differences. So the best way, I think, is figuring out what your person might want to do. So all you can do is offer a lot of options, which hopefully at HAPS we've tried to address and give you a lot of options. If someone's not motivated to exercise, you don't call it exercise. You call it, hey, come help me unload the dishwasher. There's another opportunity for him. I'm going to say him or her, but please, if I say him, no, I mean anyone, to stand up, build strength, get out of the chair, and then practice some balance and coordination, but they're helping you do the dishes. So you as a caregiver can possibly add more of that kind of sneaky, help me do this, or let's go on this, I need your help with this, and that might be a way to keep that person more active, more mobile. So other ways that you can help motivate someone is by finding what they might like to do. HAPS classes can be turned on in the background and perhaps notice, or everything else gets turned off besides the laptop or the computer where the exercise class is happening. Maybe you attend a live class, and maybe the goal is, hey, we're going to attend this class for 4 weeks. Maybe you don't even exercise, but let's at least give it a try. So coming to and just starting to see a class happen at the same time, that might be motivating enough. Another would be, if it's something that needs to be fun or interesting. Another might be, hey, you've said you wanted to work on balance. Maggie has made 50 balance videos. Let's do it together. So it really is so personal for other people. Music can be one of the best things. Turn off the television, turn on some music that your partner loves, and then sometimes that will just initiate some natural movement. Make it we're gonna have dance break every day at 2 o'clock, that kind of thing.
Good advice. All right. So we're out of time for this session, but I did put your email address in the chat. So if anyone wants to reach out for more specific information, they're certainly more than welcome. Maggie is a fantastic resource for, as you can see, for all things physical therapy related. I think our takeaway is talk to a physical therapist, go get a referral for physical therapy, do physical therapy. It clearly clearly has a lot of benefit for individuals who have Parkinson's disease. There were several questions related to freezing, but I'm going to make a plug for next year's virtual roadshow, or 8-County Roadshow, or Roadshow, or whatever we're calling it in 2021, that topic will be about freezing. So there will be some more specific information, whole sessions related to that in the upcoming year. So Maggie, thank you for joining us today, and for being part of this important discussion, and making sure that folks know the importance of physical therapy as a resource for and management strategy in their Parkinson's disease.
Yeah,
so,
excellent. Excellent. Thank you, Kathleen.
All right.
Well, reach out for a consultation. We can do that for you. So thanks for having me.
All right. Thank you. Bye. Okay, next I'm going to be promoting or introducing Penny Egenes, and she will be joining us in just a moment here. Penny, if you are ready to start to unmute and to start your video, I'm going to take a quick minute to get you introduced. Hold on here. Oh, sorry, still working on the video and sound. So we'll give this just a second. Sometimes it takes a minute on my end, what you're doing on things on your end. Okay, now you're still muted though, Penny, so will you unmute? Okay, got it. All right, good deal. Okay, so really it's my privilege to introduce to you Penny Egenes. I've had the privilege of knowing Penny for almost 2 decades now. Penny cared for her husband, Burke, during his 20-year fight with Parkinson's disease. Her role as a caregiver came to an end in 2019 when Burke died in April. Though the experience was full of challenges and exhausting, it was also rich and meaningful. And I know that Penny has learned a lot along the way and has a lot of good information and experience to share with us, that she learned throughout the course of this. So welcome, Penny. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Okay, and you can hear us, we can hear you, so that's perfect. So we have a little bit. So what's interesting about today is we have people joining from various coasts. So we have the East Coast represented now. Penny, who's sitting in sunny California, is representing the West Coast, and so we're really touching all bases here. And so thanks for joining us. But tell us a little bit. I mean, 20 years is a long time to manage or to participate in the care of another person. So just kind of briefly, because I know this session we only have about 20 minutes, but just kind of briefly talk about how your role as caregiver changed during the course of those 20 years, and maybe talk a little bit about what resources you found particularly helpful, or some of the lessons that you learned during that time.
Well, I must say that in the very beginning, as husband and wife, you are still currently husband and wife. It was a shock to get the diagnosis, of course. We knew nothing about Parkinson's. We didn't know anybody with Parkinson's. So we immediately started doing our research and downloading information from WebMD back in 1999. That's about what there was. And we started printing out information. And then we tried to think about how this would change our future. And we started planning for our future. And we actually very quickly, I don't want to say very quickly, but soon afterwards, we started visiting nursing homes because we wanted to know what was out there. And because from what we read, we knew that the day could come. And so that when the time did come for an assisted living, it was not an emergency. I mean, we had already done our research. And then I think my husband from the very beginning had a very, very positive attitude. He never asked why me, which helped me as a caregiver. And it helped me stay positive also because he was positive. As a matter of fact, when the doctor told him he had Parkinson's, he said, well, okay, I can deal with that because you gave me a life sentence, but you didn't give me a death sentence. And over time, as so many of you know, your role goes from husband-wife to caregiver-patient. And even sometimes as they progress, it's child caregiver. And you learn to become an advocate, because as they progress and they cannot fight their own battles, you have to step in and fight their battles for them, whether it's with a doctor or what somebody suggests to you. And I learned to just go with my gut, because I knew him better than anybody else knew him. Mm-hmm. And then last, you become a widow or widower, which that's the end. And you become single, which you go back to where you were before you were married. And that's kind of a tough stage of life. But I can say the resources that I used, WebMD was the very first one, I could say. And we learned from everything we downloaded from WebMD. Of course, at first we didn't have a clue when it started talking about dystonia, dyskinesias. We didn't even know what it was talking about. But then years later, as you progress, you're like, oh yeah, I remember reading about that. Now I kind of see what they were talking about. Family support is critical. We had 2 sons, but we didn't have any family there in the Houston area. One of our sons was a former EMT. Well, he was an EMT when Burke was diagnosed. So he was very helpful medically. And he's my IT guru that helped us stay with technology as Burke progressed. When he no longer could use a computer, we went to an iPad, then he tore that one up, then we went to another iPad, then eventually there was no technology for him. And then of course, HAPS. We joined HAPS. My husband left, he was diagnosed in 1999. He left work in 2001. And I think about 8 months later, we joined a HAPS support group. And my husband took speech classes, exercise classes. I was involved with the exercise classes, caregiver support groups. We went to symposiums. We did as much as we could. And I really, truly don't know what we would have done without HAPS. And Kathleen was great. Everybody is great. The last 2 weeks of my husband's life, I contacted Kathleen because I could see the end was coming. And Kathleen called me every day to see what was going on. And then she continued calling me afterwards. And then another resource I had was my mom. She's 98, she's still alive, she still has her mind, but she's always been my moral support through all the years. And then the last resource was going to see a lawyer. We had always had our wills, but we updated our wills many times. So it's very important to have your medical POA, your durable power of attorney, your beneficiaries designations. And then the last time we went in to see a lawyer, my husband walked in and said, I want a guardianship. And the lawyer was like, wow, I've never had anybody come in here and ask for a guardianship. But so then, and to also know your spouse's death wishes. It's just so important to know what they want way ahead of time.
Yeah. So lots of education, connecting with others, finding resources, building your team. So I heard a lot about that kind of building your team, which we've talked about throughout today, just in terms of, the things that you can leverage throughout the course of this, and having some really tough discussions. I mean, I think that a lot of times we get scared of or feel very uncomfortable having decisions related to end of life. And certainly we know, I mean, as Burke put it so cleverly, this is, it's not a death sentence. So you have to manage, and just like you guys did over the course of 20 years, you have to manage the disease long term. So having those conversations are conversations that in reality we all should be having or have had already with our loved ones, so that we are prepared and that we're not, that we're prepared in the case of a crisis, situation, that we're not uncertain and it's not complicated because we don't know what kind of decisions to make for someone else. but getting prepared is a big part of you know, how you manage this long term. And I would imagine what made it kind of sustainable for you. But what did, and you talked a little bit about your support systems and your mom and groups, was there anything that you did specific? I know caregivers always have a very difficult time saying, this is what I did for myself. So will you talk a little bit about things that maybe you did for yourself that kind of helped, you know, nourish what your needs to kind of see this through?
About 5 years before my husband was diagnosed with Parkinson's, I developed a severe sciatic nerve problem. And I went to PTs quite a few times. They gave me stretches to do, exercises to do, and I continued them after my PT stopped. And that is one thing that I had to do for myself, even before to just manage the pain. So after the PD diagnosis, that is the one thing that I prioritize for myself, because if you don't take care of yourself, there's no way you can take care of somebody else. But I think with my exercising, it slowly brought my husband into exercising and taking care of himself, because he saw what it did for me. Mm-hmm. And then we bought a Wii as soon as the Wiis came out, and I don't even think Wiis are around much anymore.
I've forgotten about Wiis. Yeah. I'm not sure that maybe, I don't know.
So if you can't find a Wii today, maybe there's something else, I don't know. But we played the Wii every day for about 8 years until we moved. And it was a huge help to my husband, huge help.
Yeah. And just fun, having fun.
Yeah, exactly.
So exactly. You know, exercise disguised as fun, maybe. Yeah. How did you handle those really trying days? You know, when you think about some of the greatest challenges that you faced as a caregiver, you know, how did you handle some of those things?
Well, I think I can honestly say I with my husband's never-ending positive attitude, it kept me on my feet and kept me positive. And we tried to always stay busy, stay active. And I always tried to think too, you never have to look very far to see somebody else that has it worse in life than you do, regardless of how bad your day is. You can always find somebody that's got it worse. And my husband was always willing to go to the next stage, whether it was a cane, a walker, disposable briefs, lift chair, powered chair, wheelchair. He never complained. So that made my life easier, that he never fought the next stage in life. And sure, there were many days when I would get up and felt like I just couldn't put one foot in front of the other one. But somehow I think with his attitude, it helped me just continue going and fighting for him. And I kind of think too, no matter how hard you think you have it as a caregiver, I try to always put myself in their place if the roles were reversed, because I think their life is very difficult too, if not worse than ours.
Yeah. So lots of practice of empathy and kind of counting your blessings and paying attention to the things that you can be grateful for in the midst of challenges and kind of the everyday struggles that you might experience together. Would you say that there were any great lessons that you learned from your time as a caregiver?
Take one day at a time. I mean, you know, you really have to live one day at a time. Enjoy every day, because you'll never get these days back. And one thing that helped me a lot is to think outside of the box. Like when my husband, we started walking for quite a while, and then he struggled walking without assistance. And so then we would ride bikes. And then when he no longer could balance himself on a two-wheel bike, then we got him a big tricycle. And after he put that in the ditch many times, then we got a recumbent bike. And then it got to where he couldn't get up our driveway, which was not a steep driveway, but it was uphill a little. I had to literally push him up the driveway. And then it got to where, as he progressed, he could not get up out of the recumbent bike. So I tied a rope with a loop at the end to one of the rafters in our garage, and I knew exactly where he needed to pull it. And then he would reach up and grab the rope to help him pull out of it. So you have to really just kind of think outside of the box, and like the things that the person with Parkinson's needs every day, I tried to have right next to his lift chair every day, rather than him having to get up and get things, or me constantly going to get things. I would locate everything he needed right there. Like when he developed a lot of bathroom issues, urination problems, I got tired of washing the mats. So I just grabbed some old towels and cut mats that fit around the toilet so that I could just toss them into the washing machine. That was so much easier. So you have to just really think of other solutions.
Yeah. Just getting creative and figuring out solutions that work.
Yes, exactly. I can honestly say I think one of my greatest challenges, and I don't know how many are experiencing this, is just impulse control, lack of impulse control, I should say. Mm-hmm. And that was a huge problem for us. When my husband first left work, he would go shopping at Walmart and Home Depot on Monday and Tuesday, and then on Wednesday, he took everything back. And then when we went to Walmart, he had his cart and I had mine, and he would go one direction, I'd go the other. Well, I was there to get food. He was there to just get stuff. So we would meet at the checkouts, and I would go through his cart and just leave things there at the checkout. So I would tell my friends, if you go to checkout at Walmart, when you see a bunch of stuff that doesn't belong at checkout, that's because I left it there.
Yeah. That can be very challenging.
Yeah, it can. And then I had a PA ask me one time, well, was he impulsive before Parkinson's? And I'm like, well, when you think about, when I thought about it, he really was. Mm-hmm. But I think Parkinson's just makes things so much worse.
Well, it can make it worse. And then it also is just far more highlighted, because now it's something that you have to be more involved in, play a greater role in. And so it certainly brings it to the forefront a little bit more than it was, than maybe it had been in the past. So in our final remaining minute or so, is there anything else that you want to share? I think you've given us a lot of insight into the sustainability of being a caregiver, in terms of, empathy and patience and creativity and communication, and education and support. Any final things that you want to share with your peers who are now going through what you went through for so many years?
Try to just keep them involved with decisions as long as possible. And I know it's hard, because once they start coming down with dementia a little bit, it's harder to explain things to them and get them to understand it. And when they start acting like a child lots of times, but as long as they can intelligently understand situations that need to be done and understand it and come up with an answer with you, then try to keep them involved, because the day will come when you've got to make all the decisions with everything.
Well, I know from the comments people have been putting in the chat and in the question and answer that a lot of what you've said today have just really resonated with people and inspired people. And I think, I hope have, shared what we hope to have shared throughout today, which is there's a lot of support out there. There are a lot of resources out there, and that you're not alone. There are lots of things that are available for caregivers throughout this journey from start to finish. ways that you can find the support that you need, and feel like you have the resources to manage this disease long term. So I want to thank you, Penny, for joining and sharing. I know, it's you all have been such a big part of the HAPS family for a long time, and I think it's very helpful and to hear the things that you've experienced and to be able to share. But we've just had, a wonderful day. I'm sitting here thinking, I can't believe it's already 3 o'clock and that the day is already done. It certainly felt like it went very quickly today. Maybe not for those of you who've been sitting in the exact same chair since, since 9:30 this morning. But it feels like it's gone by very quickly. But as always, this has been such a rewarding program to put together, because it is really based on information that all of you as caregivers have shared with us throughout the year, whether it's in conversations with me, Celeste, or Maggie, whether it's in support groups, whether it's feedback, from evaluations and other educational programs. We really infuse and incorporate that information or that feedback into the content of the day. So this is really a program for you, designed by you, whether or not you knew that or not. And it's our privilege to be able to offer it to you. We hope that there's a time sooner rather than later that we will be able to, to see everyone in person again. But we appreciate all of you for tuning in today, for joining us virtually, for being patient with all of the technology, and for all that you contribute, both today for an event like this, but also every day that you get up and put your feet on the ground and face each day with courage and love and determination. And we applaud you for that. And we recognize you for that. And we know that sometimes you don't get enough thank yous, but we're thanking you. We thank you today. We thank you every day. And, again, we're here as a resource for you. And so if there is anything that we can do to help and support you, please reach out and make sure that you're tapping into a resource that's there for you. So with that, I'm going to adjourn for the day. I see lots of comments popping up. So thank you to everyone for all of your participation. This was actually way more interactive than I thought today was going to be. So lots of thank yous for the chocolate. Some of you didn't even wait. I had several of you, Penny included, that didn't even wait for today before they indulged in the chocolate. But we're glad that you enjoyed that. And like I said, if there's anything that we can do to help support you, please let us know. We look forward to hearing from you. So thank you. And thank you, Penny.
Thank you.
All right. Bye, everyone.
Bye.